Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, online game. God Tier Assassin, I am the Shadow. Chapter 31. 32 evolution points, plus the remaining 3 points, for a total of 35 points. Hand of Greed, it takes 210 points to evolve again. I won't move for now. This Temple of Faith may be in danger. Let's evolve Passive Dodge first. In order to have a higher survival rate, Qin Feng chose to evolve Ghost Shadow Blur. You have consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 evolution points, leaving 24 points. Ghost Blur Gold Level Right Pointing Arrow Epic Level Assassin Skill. Passively gain 15% right pointing arrow 75% dodge rate, triggering dodge to be immune to all damage. After the skill reaches the epic level, the number of evolution points required to evolve again is increased by 10 times. Originally, it only required 8 evolution points. But because it's from epic to legendary, it requires 80 points. Qin Feng shook his head and temporarily put down this skill. 75% dodge rate is already very high. Then he continued to evolve Shadow Slash, evolving this skill to the epic level. You have consumed 13 evolution points and have 11 points left. Blinking Shadow Slash Diamond Right Pointing Arrow Epic Flash in one direction up to 27 right pointing arrow 30 meters and enter a stealth state lasting 9 right pointing arrow 12 seconds causing 7 right pointing arrow 9 slashes to all enemies on the path. Cooldown 8.8 seconds. Chopping width 4.1 right pointing arrow 5 meters. Each slash adds 300 right pointing arrow 500 attack power. From Diamond to Epic level, the additional attack of Instant Shadow Slash has been increased by a full 200 points. And the number of slashes has been increased from 7 to 9 times. Total damage almost doubled again. Too fierce. You know, it was several years before Qin Feng learned epic skills in his previous life. This life, he has epic skills right from the start. Although the values of these skills are not too high because they are relatively low level, these skills can evolve infinitely. However, since it goes from epic level to legendary level, the number of evolution points required increases 10 times. So, the skills with higher initial levels are more cost-effective for me to evolve. Qin Feng did the math. If a skill itself is at the epic level, then evolving to the legendary level is the first evolution. The required basic evolution points are 1 point, which multiplied by 10 times is only 10 points. It can quickly evolve to legendary level, mythical level, or even, ancient level, immortal level. But if a skill itself is an ordinary skill, then in order to evolve to the epic level, it must first evolve 7 times. At that time, the required basic evolution points will be 21 or even 34 points. 10 times that is 210 points or even 340 points. What a loss. But one good thing is that no matter what level of skills I learn, I can evolve to the epic level at a very small cost. That is to say, all my skills from now on will be at least epic level. There are still 11 evolution points left. Qin Feng thought for a while and evolved his initial skill, Latent Shadow. You have consumed 3 plus 5 evolution points, and there are 3 points left. Initial skill, Latent Shadow, Silver Right Pointing Arrow Gold Right Pointing Arrow Platinum. Enters an invisible state that lasts 16 right pointing arrow 20 right pointing arrow 24 seconds. The attack power of breaking invisibility increases by 90 right pointing arrow 120 right pointing arrow 150. Cooldown 26 right pointing arrow 24 right pointing arrow 22 seconds. The base cooldown of the last skill is 22 seconds. But since Qin Feng has a 35% cooling speed attribute, the final effect is 16.3 seconds. The cooldown time for this stealth skill is still too long. And the stealth breaking attack power is a bit low. I'll definitely have to replace it later. Qin Feng spent all his evolution points and returned his attention to the maze in front of him. The crawling, devout believers, are moving forward at a relatively fast speed. When passing a corner, suddenly, a big iron ball flew out from the wall and smashed the devout believer away. Minus 6,666. Minus 99,999. The first injury was being hit by an iron ball. The second injury was from being smashed against the wall. The devout believer was smashed on the spot, which was horrific. Qin Feng temporarily stopped moving forward. Wait for the cooldown time of summoning, pious believer. This maze is intricate and dangerous. This is the only way to let the summoned creature explore its path. Qin Feng sighed. Although it will waste a lot of time, this temple of faith is obviously related to his Eye of Judgment, and he must explore it to the end. Otherwise, no one knows what secrets he will miss. Just when Qin Feng was exploring the temple, the entrance to the temple, the long-legged royal sister, Grey Rose, carefully returned with her teammates, 2 men and 3 women. When they were ready to deal with the 2 silver-level bosses, they were shocked to find that the 2 silver-level bosses were already dead. Grey Rose has black curly hair and wears a grey robe that wraps her graceful figure. When she saw the corpses of the 2 devout believers, she couldn't help but frown. He was actually killed. At this stage, the only one who can kill 2 silver-level bosses so quickly is the Shadow Boss, right? Shadow Boss, are you here? Behind Grey Rose, his teammates were shocked. Looking at the grey corpses of the 2 devout believers, they chatted and inadvertently breathed a sigh of relief. Although they were well prepared, they were afraid that they would not be able to defeat him and would die again. Only Grey Rose seemed a little confused looking at this scene. Last time I came here, I seemed to see a figure communicating with Silver Boss. Is that Shadow? Did I see it wrong, or? The last time I came here, Grey Rose had already half-footed her way into the hall. Her beautiful eyes caught a glimpse of a dark figure communicating with the 2 silver bosses. But because she heard the silver boss roaring, she immediately stepped back and was eventually burned to death by the silver boss's green flames. Looking back now, was that dark shadow a shadow? Grey Rose is suspicious. I believe I'm not mistaken. But why don't these 2 silver bosses attack the shadows? Could it be that Shadow has some means to confuse the boss? Because this is how we can kill so many bosses. No matter how Grey Rose guesses, it is impossible to guess the truth. As time goes by, the number of players teleported to Shell Town is increasing, and the town is already overcrowded. A small town can accommodate up to 10,000 people. The current Shell Town has almost reached its upper limit. This also leads to the fact that there are not enough monsters around the town. There are nearly 10 times more players. Those crawlers, polluters, etc. never expected that so many people would come to this town. They scatter and hide, but the players still dug deep into the ground to find them and kill them. Under this situation, even an elite team like Wang Meng couldn't spawn monsters quickly. After playing for 3 hours, I only reached level 5. Lin Liu's gold level skills couldn't be used at all. Wang Meng frowned. It seems that you have to teleport to other small towns with no people in order to speed up the upgrade. Lin Liu said, no problem. But before leaving, we have to wait for Brother Shadow and make a deal with him. Wang Meng nodded. Yes. Qin Xiaoyu on the side was listening to their chat quietly, and the corners of his mouth could no longer be controlled. Deep in the Temple of Faith. 3 hours, according to my exploration speed, it should be about the same. Based on the experience of the previous life, the Temple of Faith is pretty much just that. If it had been someone else, he would have died dozens or hundreds of times before he would never be able to get back down. But not only is Qin Feng rich in experience, he can also summon silver-level, devout believers, to explore the way, so there is no chance of failure. At this time, Qin Feng came to a passage full of stars. Star blue light embellishes the entire passage into the avenue of stars. The devout believers prostrate in front, Qin Feng behind. Walk all the way towards the end of the starlight channel. What appeared in front of him was a simple bronze door. Open the door. Qin Feng issued orders to devout believers. The devout believer crawled forward and pushed the door, only to find that he could not push it open at all. The bronze door did not move at all. Qin Feng confirmed that there was no danger around him. Then he stepped forward. As soon as he raised his hand and touched the bronze door, he felt movement coming from the whole door and it started to open. As the door slowly opened, Qin Feng stepped back, ready to fight at any time. But what appeared in front of him was a starlight hall. In the center of the hall, there is an altar. Next to the altar, stood a woman wearing a white robe and a white headscarf, so you couldn't see what she looked like. The woman in white robe crossed her hands on her chest, bowed slightly, and headed towards the starlight altar. When the bronze door opens, Qin Feng did not enter immediately, but glanced at the white-robed woman. It turned out that there was no information about the woman at all. When Qin Feng appeared at the door of the hall, The woman in the white robe slowly turned around, and the slim and alluring figure under the white robe slowly bent her knees and knelt down on one knee towards Qin Feng. She lowered her head. He seemed to be murmuring something, and the stars in his hands flickered. The next moment, her entire graceful body turned into starlight and disappeared. Disappeared. Qin Feng frowned. Immediately, I discovered that on the altar of the main hall, a simple treasure box appeared, shining with bright golden light. If it's a gold treasure chest, it emits light gold. This is a bright gold treasure chest, which means that epic props will be found in the treasure chest. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He didn't know the identity of the mysterious woman just now, but he thought it had something to do with his eye of judgment. Moreover, the woman seemed to be very respectful to Qin Feng. No matter what, proceed with caution. Qin Feng did not act rashly. After seeing the treasure chest, he continued to order the silver-level summoned creature, pious believer, to walk towards the altar in the hall. Until they reached the treasure chest, the devout believers reached out and opened the treasure chest without any accidents. Soon, the devout believer took a skill book obtained from the treasure box and handed it to Qin Feng. This skill book is Assassin's Magical Skills. Qin Feng's pupils shrank. Gift of Liberation Epic Level Assassin Skill Book. Passive Effect. Weak point hit correction plus 100%, weak point attack multiplier doubled. Slit Throat. Actively used to cause the next attack to cause a cut throat effect, causing 100% of the attack damage every second for 3 seconds. Cooldown 44.4 seconds. This skill has both passive and active effects. The passive effect is incredible. It is easy to understand that the attack multiplier of a weak point is doubled. As for the weak point hit correction, to use an analogy, the human head and heart are both weak points. Others must hit the weak point accurately to trigger the weak point attack. But after learning Gift Liberation, it is equivalent to magnifying the opponent's weakness. The higher the weakness hit modification value, the easier it is to hit the opponent's weakness. Even for Qin Feng, this passive effect is very useful. At this stage, he mainly encounters humanoid monsters, so it is easy to hit the head, but he will encounter many things from the underworld later. For example, a certain monster has no head, and its weak point is just a small glowing spot on its body. For an ordinary player, it would be impossible to hit the weak point. But with the passive effect of Gift of Liberation, it is not difficult to hit that glowing dot. Because the system will automatically correct it, allowing the player's attack to be closer to the target's weakness. Weakness hit correction plus 100%, which is equivalent to doubling the opponent's weak spot. As for the active effect of this Gift of Liberation, it is even more outrageous. Directly let the next attack cause a throat-cutting effect, which is equivalent to a 3-second bleeding. For example, after Qin Feng activated Slit Throat, he stabbed someone casually, causing 300 points of damage. The effect of cutting the throat will cause the opponent to receive 300 additional points of damage per second for the next 3 seconds. The total is 300 x 4, which is equal to 1200 points of damage. To put it simply, the throat-cutting effect of Gift of Relief is to triple the damage next time, but it only takes 3 seconds to complete. If it's a skill like Instant Shadow Slash, all 9 slashes are considered one attack, and the damage caused by cutting the throat will be added up. This epic skill instantly increased my explosive power several times. And, for this initial epic level skill, I can spend 10 evolution points to evolve it to legendary level. Qin Feng still has only 3 evolution points. Because there was not a single monster in this underground maze, which made him very surprised and disappointed. After all, in the previous maze, all kinds of devout believers and fanatical believers were powerful monsters that prevented players from exploring. As for what happened to this faith temple, Qin Feng didn't know. Maybe it has something to do with my eye of judgment. Qin Feng shook his head and didn't think much. It's useless to think too much about this kind of thing. If he sees the mysterious white-robed woman next time, Qin Feng will definitely try to communicate with her. Missed it this time, but that's okay. The assassin's magical skill, Gift Release, is available, making Qin Feng's damage even more terrifying. Now if he encounters a level 5 gold level golden ghost ship again, he will probably be killed instantly with just one shadow slash. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the circular stone plate in the middle of the Starlight Hall, and was carried up by the circular stone plate. After rising 500 to 600 meters, he finally returned to the ground. After the round stone plate brought him up, it turned into a layer of black scorched earth, as if it had never appeared. It's been so long, should Wang Meng and the others be online? Qin Feng's main reason is that the grids in his backpack are almost full. So before starting to level up, you have to sell everything you have. And when he contacted Lin Liu, he unexpectedly learned a piece of news. Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng frowned. Qin Feng really didn't expect that Qin Xiaoyu would come to the place abandoned by the gods at this time. And he also came to Shell Town and joined Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng understood Qin Xiaoyu's thoughts almost instantly. Want to find Shadow and have a relationship. If it wasn't for this purpose, what would you be doing in Shell Town? However, she can see that I have a connection with Lin Liu, and she is also a little clever. Qin Feng sneered. In his last life, he spent time with Qin Xiaoyu, so he naturally knew what his sister was thinking. In the early stage of the God Abandonment game, when Qin Feng had not yet risen, Qin Xiaoyu had been trying to find other strong teams to join, but was stopped by Qin Feng. Fortunately, Qin Feng quickly rose to prominence in Shenqi game. Qin Xiaoyu followed Qin Feng obediently. It seems that some changes have occurred in the timeline in this life. Qin Feng was a little surprised, but quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiaoyu is in Wang Meng's team, there is no need to sell the priest equipment to them. Even if it was a coincidence, Qin Feng couldn't take advantage of Qin Xiaoyu. Even less likely to show any sign of knowing her. After all, there are too many people staring at the name, Shadow, right now. I haven't extracted my ability to reality yet. If people know my true identity, there will be a lot of trouble, even fatal trouble. However, as long as I reach level 10, I can at least extract the invisibility skill, so that I will have a certain ability to protect myself in reality. Even just a pistol is enough to kill Qin Feng. Therefore, being exposed now is courting death. But Qin Feng is not far away from level 10. Soon, he will be able to extract extraordinary abilities and come to reality. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. After he finished exploring the Temple of Faith, it was afternoon in Daxia. In Zhanghai City alone, there are hundreds of initial towns activated. In other words, hundreds of thousands of people have entered the God-abandoned game. Only, Qin Feng never expected that there would be so many people in Shell Town. Looking around, there are huge crowds of people. And when Qin Feng's cool figure wearing a will-o'-the-wisp leather armor appeared, it attracted the attention of everyone in the town. Shadow, brother Shadow, can we add a friend? Are you Shadow? I am the chairman of Zhanghai Running Group, and I plan to invite you to join our group. Boss Shadow, are you still missing a younger brother? I can call you 666. Boss, this is my sister. She is your biggest fan. I just want to get to know her. Qin Feng flashed through a distance of 30 meters with just a single shadow slash, and entered a state of invisibility that no one could detect. He first got rid of those who had gathered to look for him. Then he made an appointment with Lin Liu at a relatively secluded place, and then rushed over. Wang Meng and Lin Liu's team were waiting for Qin Feng behind a ruined house. Behind them is Qin Xiaoyu. The girl was very expectant and nervous. Sometimes her left hand pinched her right hand, and sometimes her right hand pinched her left hand. She kept looking around. Qin Feng appeared in front of Lin Liu, his eyes swept over Qin Xiaoyu, looking at a stranger. He didn't speak either. He took out a bunch of things directly from his backpack. He first added Wang Meng as a friend, and then chatted privately. This is gold-level warrior equipment, with good attributes. The price is 300 days and the lifespan is 300 days. I will sell it to you for 280 days. This is a gold-level skill for shooters. The skill is not very useful. The price is 550 days and the lifespan is 520 days. I will sell it to you for 520 days. This is. Qin Feng threw all the equipment he had left behind to Wang Meng and marked the prices one by one. These prices are very reasonable. Brother, I only have a total lifespan of 925 days now. Wang Meng smiled bitterly and said, I can't afford so much. It's okay, I owe you. Qin Feng said casually. The total lifespan of these items is 2,200 days. With the official financial resources, they can be repaid very quickly. Wang Meng thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay, thank you very much for trusting me, brother. He first traded 900 days of life to Qin Feng, took away the equipment and skill books, and thanked him again and again. With these equipment and skills, their team's monster spawning speed will be even higher, and even the silver boss can find a way to deal with it. Shadow boss is so awesome. I can actually use golden equipment so early. Isn't this gold level skill so cool? My output suddenly increased by more than 3 times. And the big boss also allows us to pay on credit. This shows that he trusts us. Woo woo woo. Wang Meng and others were shocked and amazed. But soon, they discovered a problem. Hey, why don't you have anything from the priest? These words stunned Qin Xiaoyu, who was waiting to be fed. No priest thing. Qin Feng had no reaction at all. He was silently invisible. The figure disappeared from everyone. In fact, Qin Feng is not without something like a priest. In his backpack, there is also a gold-level priest scepter and even a gold-level priest skill book. But, how could Qin Feng allow such a precious thing to take advantage of Qin Xiaoyu? Not only would Qin Feng not give her anything, he even planned to find another priest to force his way into Wang Meng's team and have them kick Qin Xiaoyu. After all, Qin Feng plans to sell a large amount of unused equipment and skill books through official channels in the future, thereby saving time. If Qin Xiaoyu remains in this team, sooner or later his cooperation with the officials will be affected. However, at this moment, Qin Feng received a system prompt. Player, Xiao Yuya, applies to add you as a friend. Verification information. Hello, boss. I am the pastor of Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. So polite to outsiders. You always look impatient in front of me. I really belong to you, Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng ignored her at all. I didn't agree, but I didn't refuse either. Because there are too many players in Qin Feng's friend application list. Treat Qin Xiaoyu like a stranger, just ignore him. Among a bunch of player names, she was chosen specifically to reject friends. How shameless is she? At this time, Qin Feng had arrived at the town square. Prepare to teleport to Yingwo Town. Seinfeld's initial town is Yingwo Town. This guy had a concert in the next city yesterday, but after the concert, he came to Zhonghai City and spent the whole night with 2 girls. When the God-abandoned game came, Seinfei was directly transferred to the initial town of the Zhonghai City area, Yingwo Town. Since the town teleportation is enabled, how many times should I kill Seinfeld first? Qin Feng smiled coldly. Although it was Qin Xiaoyu who gave him the water of wandering soul, in his last life, the culprit was still Sine Fei. It's one thing for Qin Xiaoyu to be stupid. This Song Fei is the person Qin Feng really must kill. But to kill the other party in reality, you have to first kill the opponent in the game and retreat. Otherwise, if you are always online, the opponent will be invincible in reality, and in the safe zone in the game, Qin Feng will not be able to kill the opponent no matter how strong he is. Anyway, for Qin Feng, it's the same wherever he kills monsters. When I arrived at Yingwo Town, I killed Seinfeld several times. It can be said that I killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Although I can't kill that guy completely. But you can kill the opponent offline first, and then find an opportunity to get rid of him completely. Also, remember that Xiaoshui is also from Yingwo Town. Let's see if we can meet her. Ji Yu Yishui, codenamed Shui Tian, was one of the managers of the God-slaying guild in Qin Feng's previous life, and was a white bird priest. White bird priest is a very powerful priest hidden profession. It comes with a white bird, which can assist in healing and increase buff status. Although Qin Xiaoyu also has a hidden profession of life sacrifice, this pampered young lady is not very good at fighting at all. In the last life, Qin Xiaoyu had always been behind Qin Feng, responsible for treating Qin Feng and improving his health. There will always be Qin Feng protecting her. But Ji Yu Yishui is a powerful being who once defeated an epic boss alone. They are Qin Feng's right and left arms. If you meet her, drag her into Wang Meng's team. If Ji Yu Yishui joins the team, she will naturally squeeze out the position of Qin Xiaoyu, who is also a priest. Qin Feng didn't want any changes to occur during his development. Qin Xiaoyu is the variable. All in all, Qin Feng doesn't care what she does, as long as she doesn't appear in front of him. In addition, you can also see Wang Meng's reaction when making this request. In this life, Qin Feng has grown too fast, and the current official attitude is not very clear. You can also observe at this time. Yingwo Town. This is an initial town within the Zhanghai city area. Qin Feng became invisible, used up today's free teleportation times, and came to this town quietly. Compared with the bustling Shell Town, Yingwo Town is much deserted. Although there are many players coming and going in the town, it is not crowded. Some players were shouting and setting up stalls in the square. There are also players flashing white lights and appearing in the middle of the square. Naturally, the faces of these resurrected players are not very good. Qin Feng walked around the town. I didn't see Xin Fei, nor Ji Yu Yishui. At this moment, he heard several newly resurrected players chatting. Hurry up, don't let anyone take advantage of you. The silver level boss has less than half health left. Seinfeld's GN raised so many sisters, who the hell can beat him? I really don't know, just a little star, how can he have so many crazy fans? I'm not convinced anyway, I have to kill that pretty boy today. These players said indignantly while walking towards the outside of the town. Qin Feng was a little surprised. Oh, we have a clue. What about Seinfeld fighting the silver boss outside? And he brought a bunch of younger sisters with him. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. It is conceivable that if the shadow had not appeared, if Qin Xiaoyu had also arrived in Yingwo Town, she would probably have been one of those sister fans. Seinfeld. This person did not hide his profession, but chose the mage profession manually in a very cool way. With a bunch of sister fans, he rose quickly in the early stage, but his potential was insufficient in the mid-term, let alone the later stage. Finally, I don't know where I learned that Qin Feng, one of the top 100 in the world, and his sister Qin Xiaoyu were once his fans. No matter what, Qin Feng will not let Song Fei live happily in this life. Kill him offline first. Then, after extracting the ability into reality, directly assassinate him. At this time, Qin Feng followed the indignant players and left the town area. He maintained his invisibility. Every time his invisibility was about to end, he would find a hidden place and resume his invisibility. After leaving the town, we first entered a dark forest. Then we came to a gloomy valley. This is the level 5 monster spawn area, the Valley of Weeping. The monsters here should be the Fire Burner and the Shackle one. The Fire Burner is a long-range attack monster with a high fire element attack, but its attack method is relatively simple, it just throws fireballs. As for the Shackled one, it is a monster with melee physical attacks. Its hands and feet are shackled, and it only relies on its mouth to bite. No matter what kind of monster it is, the facial features on its face are extremely weird. Timid players may even be frightened to tears and dare not face these monsters at all. Soon, when Qin Feng entered the gloomy valley, he heard many players shouting and cursing. It was mixed with the yelling and cursing of many women, all of whom sounded quite young, but each one was more fierce than the last. Qin Feng moved forward quietly. Soon I saw that in the middle of the valley ahead, there was a two-headed fire burner, more than 3 meters high, spraying blood-red flames around. The two-headed fire burner is a silver-level boss. The 3-meter-tall body was burning with blood-red flames. Both heads had no eyes, and their mouths were split open, revealing an extremely crazy smile. It has 4 arms, and flames explode from its arms, and it can attack 4 targets at the same time. In the field, many players are surrounding the boss to launch attacks. Even players are attacking each other. In the crowd, surrounded by many fans of his sister, was Seinfeld, who was wearing a black robe, holding a staff, and looking coquettish. His God-forsaken game code name is God-Defying God, which is 2 out of 10. But many sister fans are crazy about it. I saw many players around Seinfeld wanting to attack him, but they were blocked by the sisters around him. Those younger sister fans regard death as their own, even if they sacrifice their lives, they still want to protect their brother Seinfeld. Many player corpses have been left in the field. There are the sisters, and there are those who want to attack Seinfeld. Xin Fei, on the other hand, and the other 5 sisters in his team, attacked the silver-level boss, two-headed fire burner. That's right, In Seinfeld's team, 6 of them, including him, are all mages. What? Tank, priest, sorry, he doesn't need it. The sisters surrounding him were like a natural human wall. As for the priest, he won't be harmed. What kind of priest do you want? After entering the God-abandoned game, Seinfeld only needs to do one thing, which is to cast skills, kill monsters, and gain experience and lifespan. Although many sisters died protecting him from harm during the process, what does this have to do with him? Seinfeld was actually confused too. It's not too late for him to enter the game abandoned by God. After all, he played with his 2 sisters all night, and just finished breakfast in the morning and fell asleep together. Moreover, he has so many sisters to help him in Yingwo Town. Originally, he thought he would level up quickly. But he didn't expect that the Shadow in Shelltown could upgrade at a speed that exceeded him. And he also killed the gold level boss for the first time. That guy must be the golden boss killed by the bug, right? This silver level boss is so difficult to kill. How can anyone defeat the gold level boss alone? Overall, though, Seinfeld was a blast. With dozens of younger sisters protecting him, he can be said to be at home in the God-abandoned game. Although it was just an ordinary mage profession, Seinfeld was promoted to level 6 at an extremely fast speed. In Yingwo Town, he was the one who lit up the teleportation array. As long as I kill this silver boss, I can rise to level 7. So the Shadow in Shelltown is said to have been at level 9 for a long time. Let me surpass him in one go and become the first person in the God-forsaken game. With this thought in mind, Seinfeld must take down the 2-headed fire burner in front of him no matter what. He took dozens of sisters to surround and kill the boss. As for other players around them, they are also the targets of their hunting. According to the current situation, Seinfeld's victory over the silver level boss is already a certainty. However, just when the 2-headed fire burner only had 1/3 of his health left, a sudden change occurred. A figure wearing cold leather armor appeared next to Song Fei, who was protected by his sisters. The figure only appeared for a moment, and then disappeared from the scene. Immediately afterwards, 9 sword lights bloomed on Song Fei and several sisters around him. -1995. -2052. -2009. Seinfeld only saw damage numbers floating in front of his eyes, and then his vision went black. You were killed by Shadow. You have lost 1106 days of life tradable. You have lost 18 years and 113 days of life not tradable. A system prompt came, leaving Seinfeld confused. When he opened his eyes again, he found that he was back in the square of Yingwo Town. I am dead. Seinfeld looked in disbelief. Seeing that the silver level boss still had 1/3 of its health remaining, and victory was imminent, a shadow suddenly came out to kill him. Impossible. How could Shadow come to our Yingwo Town? There are so many initial towns in the Zhonghai city area, but he came to me. He met me and robbed my boss. Seinfeld's greasy and feminine face looked like he was constipated. Just behind him, there were 5 mage sisters in his team who were also killed together. They are all confused now. Ah, am I dead? How could it be? Why is my brother dead too? It's Shadow. But why did Shadow want to kill us and my brother? I must be trying to grab the silver level boss. That's so bad. You actually took advantage of my brother's inattention to sneak attack. How despicable. Steamed shrimp heads. Brother Seinfeld, are we going back for revenge now? I don't think it's necessary. The other sisters will take revenge on my brother. The 5 sisters were talking and looking at Seinfeld with love. Seinfeld shook his hair coquettishly, with a confident smile on his face. The assassin's stealth attack is really powerful, but once he shows up, he will become a living target for us. Just watch, he will soon be killed by our people. Fight back. That's what it says. But soon, he discovered that something was not quite right. Because more and more players are being resurrected in the square, and most of these resurrected players are actually his sister group. When more and more sisters were resurrected, Seinfeld became a little confused. How can it be? You were all killed. This is unscientific. Then it doesn't matter if Shadow makes a sneak attack once, can he still kill you like a pig? Seinfeld's face turned ugly. The sisters who were resurrected later were all on the verge of crying, and they were all chattering. Brother Seinfeld, I'm sorry. We are too useless, but that shadow is too fast. My attacks can't hit him at all. And he seems to have the ability to dodge. Many of our attacks clearly hit, but it prompted us that the attacks were dodged. It's useless even if the attack hits. My ice cone hit the shadow, but it only caused 2 points of damage. Things are getting worse. Even soon, there was no longer a member of Seinfeld's sister group around the silver level boss, two-headed fire burner. All the people from Songfei were killed back to the town by Qin Feng. In the Valley of Mourning. After Qin Feng killed Songfei with a sneak attack, he did not leave. Instead, he massacred the others' younger sisters and their idiot fans on the spot, killing them all until they cried for father and mother. Of course, there is one thing these sisters are very good at. That's mouth escape. They cursed wildly and cursed the shadow. But they could only live with their mouths. With their strength, they basically couldn't even touch Qin Feng. Even if he barely touches it, Qin Feng still has a 75% dodge probability and is immune to damage. The most important is, the defense of the gold level below the wisp leather armor is beyond what they can currently defeat. Under the siege of dozens of sisters, Qin Feng was like entering a deserted place and slaughtered them all in just a minute or two. There are some individual players around, who originally joined forces to compete with Seinfeld. These individual players were all dumbfounded at this time. You know, this team of individual players has a total of more than 10 or 20 people. But during the confrontation with Seinfeld, many people were killed, and some people were even killed 2 or 3 times. So they know deeply how terrifying, crazy and life-threatening these sister groups led by Seinfeld are. But, now an assassin appeared and went crazy on the spot. Those sisters, all of them could only be incompetent and furious, and were slaughtered like Shao Kun amidst the stubborn insults. All go, isn't this too fierce? Who is this assassin? Could it be Shadow? It must be the boss who killed the gold level boss for the first time in the world. Otherwise, who else is there? I think so too, but why did Shadow come to our Yingwo town? Everyone, step back and give up the boss to the boss. The individual players were very discerning and retreated to the back of the valley with admiration. Soon, only Qin Feng was left next to the boss. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng turned into a hidden figure and entered the invisible state. Just when everyone thought he was about to leave quietly, a poisonous dart suddenly hit one of the heads of the two-headed fire burner. A scene that shocked everyone around appeared. In the meantime, a poisonous dart was shot out and hit the boss's head. The health bar on the boss's head was instantly cleared. For a moment, more than a dozen people who retreated to the side were dumbfounded. Wah, what the hell? Killed the boss with a dart. The boss only has 1/3 of his health left. Is it normal for him to be dead? Do you want to hear what nonsense you are talking about? Even if the silver boss has 1/3 of his health, he still has thousands of them. Is it normal for him to die instantly? Is this the shadow boss? I originally thought that the big boss relied on card bugs to get to the golden boss, but now it seems that this is really not the case. The damage is so severe. One of our skills can do dozens of damage, while others can do thousands of damage. 100 times more than us. Are we playing the same game? Use the king's value to beat the alliance, right? Everyone was shocked. They all looked at the two-headed fire burner blankly. The health bar was emptied and he fell to the ground. The corpse of the two-headed fire burner burned with blood-red flames, leaving scorched black marks on the valley floor. Qin Feng's figure appeared next to the boss's corpse. He was playing with the platinum level, double ghost ship swords in his hands, looking at the dozen or so individuals as if they were prey. Let's go quickly. The boss doesn't want to kill us, does he? Don't even look at it, it's going to kill you. Let's go. People were immediately frightened, and more than a dozen people instantly left the Valley of Weeping and disappeared into the woods, escaping faster than flying. There is no way, if this god abandons the game, his life will be lost if he dies. They don't dare to gamble. Although the shadow appeared and killed Seinfeld and others, it does not mean that the shadow boss will stand in the same camp as them. Judging from the situation just now, it is obvious that if Shadow wanted to kill them, it would be like slaughtering a dog. How dare they not run? Seeing the group of people fleeing, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Directly used the active effect of the will-o'-the-wisp bell, shock. Jingle bell. The sound of the bell spreads strangely and can immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius. If there is an invisible target, it will be immobilized and then released from the invisible state. Fortunately, the ringtone spread and no one was around. Qin Feng turned around, raised his hand and released his greedy hand towards the body of the two-headed fire burner. Immediately, there were 3 additional rewards. From the corpse of this silver-level boss, silver light shone, and there was even a light golden light. Qin Feng picked up everything calmly. Now, if I fight a boss, I can occupy most of the grid in my backpack. You still have to reach level 10 and leave the initial town before you can be liberated. Qin Feng shook his head. It takes a lot of experience points to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. After killing this silver level boss, his level has not reached level 10, but is still 1/3 short. It would be great if Greedy Hand could give me a few extra points of experience. Qin Feng couldn't help but think. But in this case, the effect of the Hand of Greed is too exaggerated. Of course, the most critical gain this time is 16 evolution points. Qin Feng opened the skill interface and directly evolved a Gift of Relief. You have consumed 10 evolution points and have 9 points left. Gift of Liberation, Epic level, right pointing arrow, legendary level, passive effect. Weakness attack modification plus 100%, right pointing arrow 200%, weakness attack multiplier doubled. Active use. Causes one's next attack to cause a cutthroat effect, causing 100% right pointing arrow 150% of the attack damage every second, lasting 3 seconds. Cooldown 30, 22.2 seconds, right pointing arrow 25, 18.5 seconds. Weakness hit correction has been increased by another 100%, reaching 200%. It's equivalent to magnifying the target's weakness twice. This, all enemies are too big in front of me, right? If I zoom in further, my instant shadow slash will be able to take damage from the weak point. Qin Feng took a breath of cold air. The weak point attack multiplier has not been increased, but the damage of slit throat has been greatly increased, and the cooldown has been reduced from 30 seconds to 25 seconds. Originally it was an additional 3 times the damage. Now it's 4.5x extra damage. You can really defeat a gold level boss in seconds. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed an assassin's magical skill. This skill directly takes his damage to another level. The initial epic level skills are just cool. With 10 evolution points, you can evolve to the legendary level. But it actually takes 100 times the evolution points to go from the legendary level to the mythical level. Originally, the second evolution of a skill requires 2 evolution points. But from legend to myth, 200 points are needed directly. Qin Feng clicked his tongue. I have to say, these evolution points are really not enough. According to this rule, the evolution of the epic Greedy Hand requires 210 evolution points. When it reaches the legend, it will require 3,400 points to evolve. Qin Feng felt that he had a long way to go. But it's okay. Now that Greedy's Hand is here, it's relatively easy to earn a few hundred evolution points once you leave the initial town. Qin Feng took a look and found that he still had 9 evolution points. So I spent another 8 points and evolved a back attack enhancement. You have consumed 8 evolution points and have 1 point left. Initial skill, back attack enhancement, gold, right pointing arrow, platinum. Passive effect. When attacking from behind the target, the damage is increased by 30%, right pointing arrow 40%. After finishing it, Qin Feng collected all the white lifespan light balls in the field. A total of more than 1,400 days of tradable life were obtained. In addition, the boss actually has a non-tradable lifespan of several decades. It's done, go back home. Qin Feng finished cleaning the battlefield, entered the invisible state again, and left the Valley of Weeping. Just then, Seinfeld, who was killed and returned to the town square, naturally couldn't swallow this breath. Soon, the sister of one of his subordinates became a shooter and learned a skill, Eagle Eye. This sister came to Seinfei and said with great anticipation, "Brother Seinfei, my Eagle Eye skill can detect invisibility." Another sister held a staff and volunteered, "Brother Seinfeld, I learned the range control skill, Ice Wind Snow. Even that shadow, he can't escape." Seinfeld laughed loudly. "Okay, let's go and kill Shadow." It has anti-stealth skills. Has range control skills. What assassin is he afraid of? There are so many of them, they need to detect them first and then control them. Each one of them can kill the opponent with just one skill. Immediately, several younger sisters stood aside and started complaining. That Shadow, he is just playing sneak attack because he is an assassin, and he has no martial ethics. If he dares to attack my brother, he must pay the price. That's right, let's take control of Shadow later. Let my brother kill Shadow, and let him know the consequences of provoking our brother. These sisters speak of each other as brothers. If Qin Feng heard this, he would probably spit it out. For a time, Sainfei led many sisters and headed towards the Crying Valley again. Seinfeld brought his sister group, and the group was huge and powerful. Many players around them saw this battle and stayed away from them. Hell, why does this little star want to go out again? Hey, you don't know yet. This guy was killed from outside just now. It's so cool. What? How could this man be killed when he has so many sisters protecting him? The other party is Shadow. What do you think? I'm super. Shadow is awesome. But that Shadow really dares to provoke this group of people. I think these women are not thinking right. Many players were shocked when they heard about it. Some people couldn't help but shook their heads and sighed when they saw the lineup of Seinfeld's team. The Shadow is finished. I think there is a hunter in Seinfeld's team who can turn invisible. That's right, I was invisible and wanted to make a sneak attack before, but I was seen by the hunter's eagle eye. If the Shadow invisibility doesn't work, he's just a little squishy assassin. And the mage in their team, I remember, has a lot of control skills, and the Shadow is going to be cool. Many people looked a little pity. But they still followed from a distance, wanting to see how this good show would end. Seinfeld and his sister group are now also feeling confident. There were many players following behind, but he didn't care. Very good. Seinfeld sneered inwardly. With so many people witnessing it, when I kill that Shadow, people will know that it's useless no matter how strong you are alone, especially an assassin. How can the crispy little assassin compare to my noble master? Seinfeld is quite satisfied with his career, although he is just an ordinary mage. But in his eyes, ordinary mages are better than other hidden professions. For example, Shadow. He didn't know that the profession of Shadow was Shadow, but it must be a hidden profession in the Assassin series. Hidden profession, so what? It will soon become my stepping stone. You kill the golden boss first, and I will kill you first. This is the food chain. The little sister with the eagle eye skill is now at Seinfeld's side, and I feel very honored. He looked around with a proud look on his face. When Seinfeld was killed after fighting the boss, her eagle eye skill had just ended, and she had used the skill to the point of running out of mana. This made her blame herself. My mana should always be used to maintain the eagle eye state. Brother Seinfeld died once, and it was all because of me, woo woo woo. My sister blamed herself very much, but she was also proud of being able to help Seinfei. Now that Seinfei was beside her, she wanted to press her body against him. But this sister is not very pretty. Seinfeld is not very interested in her either, that is, he treats her as a tool. After all the tradable lifespans he got were given to him unconditionally. How cool is that? Just as a group of them were heading towards the Valley of Weeping Mourning, Qin Feng, who returned while remaining invisible, happened to see this group of people. You are so aggressive, do you want to seek revenge on me? Qin Feng smiled. He remains invisible. Due to the +1 invisibility level brought by the Shadow profession, it is impossible for anyone to see through his invisibility at this stage. At this time, Qin Feng had already arrived next to Song Fei, who had a proud face. He didn't take action directly either. Instead, he stretched out his hand and patted Seinfeld twice on the shoulder. Who? Seinfei was startled and turned around, but didn't see anyone. Because Qin Feng reaching out and patting someone on the shoulder does not count as an attack, he will not be allowed to break his invisibility. Seinfeld turned around and saw no one, but a ghost-like voice came from his ears. I want to inform you that you are going to die. As soon as the man's voice came out, Seinfeld immediately realized that it was Shadow. Protect me. Seinfeld was scared to death. But before others around him could react, Qin Feng's figure flashed past the scene, and then, the sword light of instant shadow slash bloomed on Song Fei and the sisters next to him. -2218. -2275. -2197. As soon as Qin Feng took action, Seinfeld was instantly dead again. Although Sine Fei set up a magic shield for himself in time, the magic shield could only withstand 300 to 500 points of damage, and it was instantly chopped into pieces by Qin Feng's instant shadow slashing blade. Not only that, Song Fei also keenly discovered that compared with the last time he was next to the silver-level boss, Qin Feng's damage had actually increased again. Seinfeld opened his eyes again and was back in the town square. He was a little confused. My whole body felt like I was constipated, my face was all green. After dying twice in succession, he only had 500 days left of the 2,000 days of tradable life he had saved up to now. These were all saved for him by his sisters, and when they were all blown out, Shadow must have gotten a lot of money. How can this be? Didn't you turn on Eagle Eye? Didn't you see him approaching? Sine Fei's eyes widened and he looked at the Sagittarius girl who was resurrected next to him. That girl was also confused. She panicked and said, I opened my eagle eye, but there was no one in my field of vision. I looked all around, and I didn't even see a single shadow. This sister is scared and uncomfortable now. Sadly, she made a mistake. Although she didn't know what went wrong, she once again killed her beloved Seinfeld brother. What she is afraid of is that if she makes a mistake again, will she be driven away by brother Seinfeld? However, Seinfeld did not complain about this sister. After all, if this person is popular, he must have something. When it comes to treating fans, he will definitely not beat or scold him at every turn. He began to look for reasons. Why can't even Eagle Eye see the shadow? He couldn't help but ask in the team channel. Soon, there was a girl in the team who was randomly assigned to the assassin profession. She said weakly, I see there is a stealth level in my attribute panel. Could it be that the shadow has a higher stealth level? This made the shooter's sister immediately nodded and said, yeah, I have it here too. My Eagle Eye skill has an anti-stealth level of level 1. It can only see targets with level 1 invisibility. If the opponent has an invisibility level of level 2 or above, I can't see it anymore. Now the case is solved. Seinfeld knew that he had provoked a terrifying existence with level 2 invisibility. This made him feel a little numb. This man comes and goes without a trace. If he wants to kill me, how can I prevent him? Seinfeld is scared. He originally thought about confronting Shadow, but now that he learned that Shadow had a higher level of invisibility, he had no intention of dealing with Shadow at all. Because, there is no way to catch the other party. As soon as the other party appears, he will die. Shadow even had time to tap him on the shoulder and give him a death notice. This feeling of oppression is so full. Qin Feng killed Sine Fei again. This guy has a lot of lifespan. Qin Feng did the math. Killed Seinfeld for the first time and got more than 1,000 days of life. Kill him for the second time and get more than 500 days of life. In other words, this guy originally had a lifespan of more than 2,000 days. But, why don't the sisters around me have any lifespan? Are they giving all their lifespan to Seinfeld? Qin Feng was a little speechless. Do these women think that this god-abandoned game is really just a game? Of course, even if this lifespan is true, Qin Feng is very doubtful. These sisters may still give their lifespan to Sine Fei. If it weren't for their own non-tradable lifespan that couldn't be given, they might even have given away their own lifespan. Idiots are really scary. Qin Feng shook his head. Looking at the lifespan light balls all over the ground, they only have a non-tradable lifespan, which adds up to hundreds of years. Unfortunately, he can't pick it up, so he can only take advantage of the surrounding monsters. Soon, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, Song Fei was not seen. I didn't even see those sister groups. Did they go to other towns? Or went offline? Soon, he was hiding in the town to inquire about the news, and learned that Seinfeld had taken his sisters to another part of the town to practice leveling. Although I know the direction they left, I don't know where their destination is. Qin Feng felt a little troubled. In this case, even with his speed, it would not be easy to find Seinfeld in the wilderness. But just then, he saw a familiar figure. It was a girl wearing a white priest's robe. The girl was walking sideways in front of Qin Feng, with a white owl-like bird squatting on her shoulder. The girl is Ji Yu Yishui. That is, one of the core management of the God-slaying guild founded by Qin Feng in the previous life. Qin Feng has long been extremely familiar with Ji Yu Yishui. But in this life, the other person obviously didn't know him yet. Priest Whitebird has a wide range of detection capabilities. Let her help, and let's get to know each other in this life. Qin Feng thought for a moment and then appeared in front of Ji Yu Yishui. Her code name for the God-abandoned game is Snowy Day. Qin Feng stopped in front of her. Beauty, can you help me? Quote. Ji Yu Yishui has fair skin and pure appearance, especially her eyes, which are crystal clear and give people a feeling of pure desire. And her figure. It is shrouded in white priest robes, so it can't be seen clearly at the moment. Ah, you are Shadow. After seeing the man in front of her clearly, Ji Yu Yishui opened her mouth slightly with a look of surprise on her face. Then Qin Feng remembered that he seemed to be too famous in this life. The name Shadow is now known to countless players around the world. Therefore, it would be wrong to say that Ji Yu Yishui doesn't know him now. At least she can recognize his identity at a glance. Right, Qin Feng nodded, did not talk to her, and said straightforwardly, I heard that your profession allows you to search for targets in a wide range. Find me where Sign Fei is. As a reward, I will sell this gold-level staff to you at a low price. You. Qin Feng said while showing a gold-level priest staff dropped by the previous golden ghost ship boss. This golden priest staff was originally planned to be sold to Wang Meng. As a result, the pastor of Wang Meng's team became Qin Xiaoyu. Naturally, Qin Feng couldn't give her anything. It's just right for Ji Yu Yishui now. Ah, this. When Ji Yu Yishui saw the gold-level priest staff in front of her, her eyes suddenly lit up. Okay. No, where did you hear that I can search in a large area? I never told anyone. Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry about it. Do you want this gold-level weapon? Ji Yu Yishui nodded repeatedly. I want it. But I might not be able to afford it. Qin Feng. Not for 500 days. The original price is at least 700 or 800. Ji Yu Yishui tilted her head. Oh, that happens to be there. So, a deal. Qin Feng. Deal. Then find me Seinfeld's location. Ji Yu Yishui chuckled, opened the transaction interface, and put in her entire 500-day lifespan. She is a priest-type profession. Although it is a hidden profession, it is still very difficult to master alone. Fortunately, her personal operation and game understanding are perfect, which is why she can become a core combat member of the God-slaying guild later on. This girl is definitely more than just a supporting profession. Simply put, her milk is poisonous. When she held the gold-level priest staff, she immediately giggled. Hey, let's do some work. Qin Feng stretched out his hand and waved it in front of her. Oh. The little girl woke up from a dream, without any embarrassment at all, and smiled. Boss, are you afraid that I will take the things and leave without helping you? Qin Feng smiled. Why, are you a fan of Seinfeld? Ji Yu Yishui narrowed her eyes. The boss still knows that I am not a fan of Seinfeld. You are not my friend in real life, are you? But your voice doesn't sound like. Qin Feng shrugged indifferently. What do you think? Ji Yu Yishui shook her head. I'm too lazy to guess. Just go ahead. She waved her hand and let the little white owl perched on her shoulder fly into the sky. Then her eyes turned snow-white, and Qin Feng knew that this meant that she had switched her perspective to her white bird. White birds soar in the sky. Take in the entire area of more than 10 kilometers around Yingwo town. And Seinfeld has so many sisters, his goal is still very obvious. Soon, Ji Yu Yishui got the coordinates of the other party's location and told Qin Feng the coordinates. After telling the coordinates, Ji Yu Yishui continued, I can't guarantee that they won't move. They may move when you pass by. Qin Feng thought for a while and said, add a friend. You can continue to keep an eye on them and tell me their latest location at any time. Ji Yu Yishui. Ah. The boss asked me to keep watching. How long do I need to keep watching? If it takes too long, She was obviously a little scared. What if the boss lets her watch her all day and night? It's just a matter of a moment. Qin Feng was too lazy to explain to her. threw out a friend application, turned around and walked outside the town to where Song Fei and others were, and instantly entered the invisible state. Quote. Ji Yu Yishui was relieved. Just for a while, that's okay. Ji Yu Yishui felt happy looking at the weapon in her hand. She giggled and agreed to Qin Feng's friend application. Then she continued to switch to the white bird's perspective and stared at Song Fei and others outside. Seinfeld and others are indeed constantly moving. He and his group of sisters were walking together on the edge of a deserted river, moving along the river. Many monsters along the way were easily killed by them, as if they were devastating. I'm thinking, I don't have any grudge against that shadow. Since you robbed me of a silver level boss and killed me twice, that's enough, right? You won't chase me all the way here, right? Seinfeld felt that he had no grudge against Shadow, it really wasn't that bad. Seinfeld is here, leading his sister fan group along the river bank to clean up monsters. Many monsters wanted to run away when they saw so many people. But Seinfei and his sisters have increased their agility and are very fast. When they rush forward in a swarm, the monsters are killed one after another before they have time to escape. Seinfeld is having a great time here. However, he didn't know that the shadow was quickly coming towards his location. Qin Feng followed Ji Yu Yishui's guidance and ran towards the river where Song Fei was. Along the way, I saw any monsters and took action to deal with them. However, these monsters were not of high level, so Qin Feng did not gain much experience. Just when he came to a big tree, he suddenly stopped. Hey, boss, where are you? At this time, Ji Yu Yishui suddenly asked in private. She kept staring at Song Fei, but she couldn't see Qin Feng's position. After all, Qin Feng had been invisible. Look, are there any other big trees like this around here? Qin Feng appeared and pointed at the big tree in front of him. Ji Yu Yishui. The girl was a little confused. Aren't you looking for Seinfeld? Why are you looking for a big tree again? Of course, this is not difficult for her. About 20 seconds later, she delivered the message. There are two other similar large trees nearby, both within 100 meters of Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked around the three big trees, and then found some special symbols on the trunks of the big trees. Ji Yu Yishui was curious, what is this symbol? Qin Feng, what do you think? Qin Feng stretched out his hand and traced a circle on the symbol of one of the trees. Then he walked to two other big trees, also searched for two different symbols, and reached out to trace them again. When his fingers crossed those special symbols lit up. When different symbols lit up on the trunks of the three big trees, an emerald-colored treasure chest appeared faintly in the middle of the three big trees. Ji Yu Yishui's eyes lit up. Wow! Qin Feng ignored her and came to the emerald treasure chest, waiting for it to completely solidify. I didn't expect that I would be blessed by an ancient god in Novice Village. A smile appeared on Qin Feng's face. Blessings from ancient gods may appear anywhere in the land abandoned by the gods. Basically just weird symbols. Just like now, there are 30 or 40 types of symbols on the three big trees in total. Different symbols are lit on each big tree, and the combined effects are different. Some will summon evil monster bosses, while others will summon a group of monsters and mobs. There are treasure chests too, and even some unique rewards. As for how to combine symbols, for new players at this stage, it is completely in the exploratory stage. But Qin Feng is a reborn person. In the 9 years of his previous life, he had encountered too many blessings from ancient gods. Moreover, there are many rules summarized by many people on the internet forums of the previous life. So now, Qin Feng directly combined the best reward, an emerald-level treasure chest. If you have to rely on luck to combine the rewards of the emerald-level treasure chest, the probability is less than 1,000th. Turn on. When the jade-level treasure chest in front of him solidified, Qin Feng reached out to open it. This scene made Ji Yu Yishui, who was looking down from a high position, have red eyes. Jade-level treasure box. The boss is so awesome. This treasure box must have a lifespan of at least 1,000 days, right? Isn't that tens of millions of RMB? In this situation, many people from the outside world are already buying lifespans. According to Qin Feng's memory, the ratio of tradable lifespans on the first day is generally 110,000 to 20,000. In other words, 1 day of tradable life can be sold for 10,000 to 20,000 in cash. But this price is the initial price. The next day it was already over 150,000. It will become more and more expensive in the future, until cash in all countries around the world has completely lost its purchasing power. This is why the officialdom is very strong. In the early stages of the God-abandoned game, officials from various countries purchased large quantities of tradable lifespans. If you want to buy life with cash, the government will print unlimited money. Who can compare? I have to write it down quickly. Ji Yishui's heartbeat quickened and she stared at the 3 trees from the sky, trying to remember their appearance. Looking back, she plans to use her reconnaissance ability to search more wild places. But the ancient god's blessing appears in a different location each time, and the symbols appear different each time. There are tens of thousands of permutations and combinations. What if Ji Yishui did it herself, the emerald treasure chest? Qin Feng didn't believe that this girl could have such luck. It is extremely rare to open a golden treasure chest. There is a high probability that a bunch of monsters will be opened, and there will be no reward after fighting for a long time. When Qin Feng opened the emerald treasure box, he reached out and picked it up, and a system prompt came. You have opened the emerald level treasure chest. You have obtained the jade level skill book, Blooming Curse. The moment he heard the system prompt, Qin Feng was a little confused. Blooming Curse. What kind of skill is this? Qin Feng had never heard of the name of this skill in 9 years of his last life. He looked at a skill book in his hand. The skill book was faintly emitting a faint emerald light. On the cover was a strange blood-red flower. There were strange lines on the flower, which looked like a strange smiling face. Check out the skills. Blooming Curse Emerald Level General Skill Book. If used on the corpse of a player within 15 seconds of death, cursed flowers will grow on the enemy's corpse. The cursed flower will continue to absorb the target's tradable lifespan until the target's tradable lifespan reaches 0. No cooldown time. Qin Feng took a breath after reading this skill introduction. This skill is too abnormal. Can be used on the player's corpse after killing the player. Continuously absorb the target's tradable lifespan. Of course, Qin Feng knew that the cursed flower growing on the corpse must have a health bar. In other words, flowers can be destroyed by humans. But, as long as Qin Feng kills everyone around him, won't no one be able to destroy the flower? Seinfeld's best days are coming. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. He directly learned the jade level skill, Blooming Curse. Under normal circumstances, when a player is killed, he will only lose half of his tradable lifespan. But with this skill, every time Qin Feng kills a player, all the tradable lifespans on the enemy will explode. He only needs to guard the enemy's corpse and let the cursed flower absorb all the opponent's tradable lifespan. You can imagine how many enemies this skill will become a nightmare for. If this is the effect, then I'm quite impressed. In the last life, someone did get this skill, but I don't know the name of that skill. That's what it's called. After Qin Feng learned the skill, he entered the invisible state again. Over there, Ji Yishui was envious, but she had not forgotten her responsibilities. Always keeping an eye on the position of Seinfeld and the group of sisters. After Qin Feng obtained the Blooming Curse skill, he continued to rush towards the edge of the river where Song Fei was. He is extremely fast. Now when running, it only takes about 3 seconds to run 100 meters. The distance between Seinfeld and Seinfeld is getting closer and closer. At this time, Seinfeld was dealing with a level 7 bronze boss, the Corrosive Claw, by the river. Just when he was about to take action and give the boss the final blow, a voice suddenly rang in his ears again. I'm telling you, you are going to die. Song Fei was so frightened that he jumped up and ran forward without looking back. As a result, a poisonous dart shot through the air instantly and landed on the back of his head. -2115 Weakness Attack. Since Qin Feng's Poison Dart skill is only at the silver level now, the damage seems to be not as good as the epic level Shadow Slash. But it's enough to deal with Seinfeld. This crispy little mage's total HP does not exceed 1000. What's more, Qin Feng's Poisonous Dart also comes with poisonous continuous damage. Even if Song Fei had 5 times more health, he still wouldn't be able to withstand Qin Feng's attack. Are you really sick? Song Fei's vision went dark, and he fell into a state of madness. He had actually been thinking just now, would the shadow come to kill him? He felt that if there was no grievance or enmity, the other party would not keep staring at him. But now, sure enough, he was killed by shadow again. This made him feel that this shadow was somewhat seriously ill. Why do you keep staring at him? Why do I have so many girls? Jealous of me? Seinfeld completely collapsed. Now he is finally sure that this shadow wants to mess with him. This guy even came to our Yingwo town because of me. Seinfeld knew that he had not offended the shadow on the surface, but he knew his charm. All along, he has attracted a large number of sister fans with his 2.5 years of practice. As the woman you licked my fan. What the hell does that have to do with me? Seinfeld couldn't help but think about this, and suddenly felt like crying. If it were the original society, he wouldn't be afraid of this kind of thing. After all, Daxia has laws. But in the God-abandoned game, the laws of Daxia cannot control anyone at all. After working on it for a long time, this shadow is a failure. He can't catch a woman. Do you blame me? Seinfeld sneered, and suddenly looked down upon Shadow. But no matter what he thought, his tradable lifespan dropped by half again. It was originally 2,000 days, and there were more than 500 days left after 2 deaths. But this time when he went out, the sisters around him gave him another 300 days to live. Let him have a total of 800 days of tradable life. Only, Seinfeld soon discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with his tradable lifespan. Originally there were 860 days, but if half died and half were lost, there should still be 430 days. But now, how come my lifespan is less than 400 days? And it's still decreasing. Seinfeld is confused. He watched helplessly as his tradable lifespan dropped from 390 days to 380 days and then to 370 days. Keep falling. What the hell is going on? Is there such a punishment for dying too many times? Soon, the sisters beside him were also killed by Qin Feng. One by one, they were chirping and saying in panic, "Brother, my brother is not good." The shadow cast a skill, and a blood-red flower appeared on my brother's body, as if it was absorbing something from my brother. Hearing this, Seinfeld took a breath. Flowers growing on my corpse. That flower is sucking the life out of me. Seinfeld collapsed on the spot. He realized that Shadow's methods were more vicious than he imagined. At the scene of Seinfeld's death, by the river, Qin Feng appeared alone. Seinfeld and the more than 30 sisters around him have all turned into corpses. After killing so many people at once, Qin Feng's Slayer negative state was directly superimposed to the 4th level. When the Slayer reaches the 4th level, death will drop 96.875% of the current lifespan. It's equivalent to all falling. This is definitely an uncomfortable negative state for other players. But to Qin Feng, it doesn't matter. After all, he has a will-o'-the-wisp bell that prevents him from losing any lifespan when he dies, completely offsetting the negative effects of the killer. By the river, corpses were strewn everywhere. On each corpse, a blood-red flower bloomed. The health bars of these flowers seem to be based on the level of the target corpse. The flowers on Seinfeld's body have 3,600 health points, and his level is level 6. The flowers on other women's corpses have 1,600 blood for level 4, and 2,500 for level 5, it should be the square of the level. Now, it is not easy for other players to destroy this flower. But in the future, after the damage level of each player increases, it will be relatively simple to destroy the flowers. Therefore, this Jade level skill, Blooming Curse, is not so invincible. But still the same sentence. As long as Qin Feng kills everyone, no one can destroy these bloody flowers. More than 30 blood-red flowers sucked the tradable lifespan of these players, and Qin Feng was a little shocked. With another 1,000 days of life, these people have killed a lot of monsters. And this scene also fell into Ji Yu Yishui's eyes. She switched to her white bird vision, looking down from the sky, taking in all this. Whoa whoa whoa, is this the strength of Shadow? One person destroyed Seinfeld's entire group. The other party had no power to fight back. And what are those red flowers on the corpses? They look so weird. Ji Yu Yishui looked at this scene and seemed a little scared. Her delicate body under her white robe could not help but tremble. This boss is so awesome. It was unlucky for Seinfeld to mess with him. Get offline. Seinfeld here originally wanted to reach level 10 in one go and catch up with Shadow. As a result, he was killed 3 times by Shadow. Although God abandoned game will not drop the level if he dies, his tradable lifespan is gone. When he came back from being killed, the flower of death sucked away his lifespan. In just 1 minute, all his tradable lifespan was sucked away. Even the non-tradable lifespan is running out. If I continue to be killed, my lifespan will be gone. Seinfeld realized the seriousness of the matter. Chapter 41. In fact, Seinfeld still has a choice. That is to teleport to other towns to kill monsters. In that case, Chin Feng may not be able to find where he is. However, Seinfeld can't stand this anger. It took him 2.5 years of hard work to achieve what he is today. How could he be bullied in a game? Beauties, let's go offline first. I'll go to the real world to buy some lifespan, and come back and change it into equipment. When the time comes, we will be fully armed and our combat power will be greatly increased, and we will fight him again. After Seinfeld told his sister fans, he went offline in Yingwo Town. After hearing Seinfeld's words, the dozens of sisters who were surrounding him also went offline together. When they go offline, they are in pain and happy. Happily, they actually got up close and personal with their idol Seinfeld. What's painful is that they, along with their idols, were punished in the God-abandoned game and were killed randomly by the shadows. Oh my God, I'm so lucky to be so close to Seinfeld in the game. Wow, brother Seinfeld looks so handsome when he uses his skills. Although it's only in the game, it's great to be able to follow Seinfeld. Everything was so beautiful at first, but that shadow came out in the middle, biting people like a mad dog. That shadow is really crazy. He must be jealous of his brother. It's okay. It seems that cash can buy life. Let's raise funds and buy more for my brother. At this time, most of these ardent Seinfeld fans still don't know what lifespan in God's abandonment means. After all, they have been staying with Seinfeld since they entered the game. We are not aware of the official confirmation of lifespan issued by various countries in the outside world. Because of this, they will give their life to Seinfeld without any scruples. There was no complaint even when he was killed one after another. It wasn't until they returned to reality that they finally learned the official news: God's abandoned game is a truly extraordinary game. The tradable lifespan and the non-tradable lifespan are all real. Once the lifespan reaches 0, the player will die in reality. After receiving this news, these sisters were all shocked. How is that possible? Isn't this just a game? We were killed 3 times by the shadow, and our tradable lifespan is 0. Our non-tradable lifespan is only a few years left. I originally had a lifespan of more than 70 years, but I only have 1 more year left. No way. How could you lose so much after dying 3 times? I have killed many other players, and I have a level of killer status. Death once is equivalent to losing 2 lifespans. Oh my God, I only have 2 years left to live. Is this lifespan real? I don't believe it. Many of these sisters immediately regretted it. They thought it was just a game. So in the game, give everything to Sein Fei, help Sein Fei, and even sacrifice yourself to block Sein Fei's arrows. However, it turns out that the God-abandoned game is real. If your lifespan reaches 0, you will die. Even though Seinfeld was trying to defend himself from monsters, many of his fans were besieged by monsters and died. Some people also killed many other players for Sein Fei, but after being killed by Chin Feng 3 times in a row, he only had 1 or 2 years of non-tradable life left. Doesn't this mean we only have 1 or 2 years to live? These sisters were instantly dumbfounded. Most of them have some regrets. Of course, there are also many younger sister fans who have long been obsessed with it. As long as they can get close to Seinfeld, even if they really can only live for a year or 2, they still think it is a good deal. At the same time, Seinfeld himself goes on a lifespan shopping spree. Buy. The current price of tradable lifespan is more than 10,000 yuan a day. Buy it for me. My current assets are only more than 100 million yuan. All the other money was taken away by the brokerage company. Forget it, more than 100 million will do. First buy a few thousand days of tradable life, and buy all the equipment and skill books. I don't believe that the shadow can still kill me. After Xin Fei chose to go offline, Qin Feng was indeed unable to kill him in the game. But he didn't know. When he returned to reality, he was in real danger. Qin Feng returned to the square of Yingwo Town and found Ji Yu Yishui, who was waiting for him. If Seinfeld comes online, please notify me. Ji Yu Yishui nodded nervously. Okay. She was obviously a little scared. Ever since she saw with her own eyes the scene where the Dark Shadow massacred Xin Fei and the group of sisters, Ji Yu Yishui had a slight psychological shadow on this Dark Shadow. The sight of corpses everywhere and red flowers blooming on them gave her a tingling feeling. This is a gold level skill for priests. Do you want it? Qin Feng took out a skill book. This skill book is the priest's output skill, the Sword of Holy Judgment. Although it is a single output, the output is good, and it is one of the few output skills of the priest. As soon as this skill book came out, Ji Yu Yishui's beautiful eyes lit up. I want it, I want it. Qin Feng said directly. 500 days of life. The little beauty choked immediately. She rubbed her little hands and asked a little embarrassedly, what about that, boss, can I do it on credit? Qin Feng thought for a while and said, promise me one thing. I can sell you this skill book at half price. Ji Yu Yishui stared at him and took 2 steps back. Let's agree first, I won't sell myself. Qin Feng, what is this chick thinking? After Qin Feng's explanation, Ji Yu Yishui realized that it turned out that this terrifying boss wanted her to join his friend's team. What Qin Feng was talking about was naturally Wang Meng and Lin Liu. In order to get Qin Xiaoyu out of the team, Qin Feng naturally had to add a powerful priest player to their team. Ji Yu Yishui is just right. The little beauty tilted her head, thought about it and said, okay. But if they are too good, I will complain to the boss. Qin Feng smiled. No, they are pretty good. If Wang Meng heard what he said, he would probably vomit blood. Among ordinary players, their team is considered top-notch. In Qin Feng's eyes, this is just, okay. After reaching an agreement with Ji Yu Yishui, Qin Feng began to contact Wang Meng. Wang Meng, I have a person here who is a hidden professional white bird priest. He is quite capable. Do you want him for your team? Qin Feng originally thought that Wang Meng might shirk it. But I didn't expect. There was a response from Wang Meng quickly. Wang Meng, brother, your strength is pretty good, so it's definitely not bad. Since you've spoken, of course there's no problem. Qin Feng didn't expect this to go so smoothly. So he chatted privately and said, okay, she is in Yingwo Town. There are not many people farming monsters here. Take a look. Do you want to come over? Wang Meng immediately replied again, no problem. There are too many players in our shell town. We are thinking of moving to another place to level up. Just wait, we will come right away. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng signaled to Ji Yu Yishui, and the two of them went to the side and waited. Shell Town. When Wang Meng received the private message from Qin Feng, he had been frowning, but he finally relaxed. In fact, even without Qin Feng's private chat, Wang Meng planned to replace him. Because Qin Xiaoyu is so good. Logically speaking, as a priest profession, you only need to put in good buffs to increase the team's health. But Qin Xiaoyu is always in a hurry when it comes to treatment. In the God-abandoned game, there is no such thing as locking any skill, including healing skills. Sometimes, when Wang Meng was moving to avoid monster attacks, Qin Xiaoyu could even use his healing skills incorrectly, putting the whole team in crisis. Wang Meng couldn't stand this situation anymore. Just as he was about to change the map and replace people, Qin Feng came up to him. You know, Wang Meng has received the instructions from the official leaders. He agrees to all Shadow's requests and strives to have a good relationship with Shadow. Isn't this just selling a favor? Xiaoyu, there are too many people in Shell Town now. Wang Meng thought about his words and said, we need to move to another place to level up. You came from another town. Have you used up the free teleportation times? When Qin Xiaoyu heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Ah. Yes. She secretly rejoiced, thinking that Wang Meng was going to subsidize her 100 days of life needed for the second teleportation. In the end, Wang Meng said, it's like this. There are colleagues of ours in the town we are going to, and we just have a team of 6 people. So, these words made Qin Xiaoyu a little confused. Ah, okay, I understand. Qin Xiaoyu felt a little uncomfortable. He wanted to persuade her to leave. This made her a little sad. Because since she entered the game, she has joined many teams, but none are as strong as Wang Meng's. In Wang Meng's team, she only needs to paddle around and mix around to gain experience and longevity. Wang Meng finally said politely, "Anyway, you have my best friend. If anything happens, just come to me." "Okay, thank you, Brother Wang." Qin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. With Wang Meng's words, her mind became active again. What she wants now is to get to know Shadow through Wang Meng. Little did he know that Wang Meng's words were purely polite. He and Qin Xiaoyu are neither relatives nor friends. If they are separated this time, who will care about her? A handy favor might help, but if it takes time, how can Wang Meng have time? In fact, Wang Meng can endure the discomfort and led Qin Xiaoyu for so long, so he is already considered to have a good temper. After persuading Qin Xiaoyu to retreat, Wang Meng chatted privately with Qin Feng and determined the town and location. Teleported over with the remaining 3 teammates. Yingwo Town. Qin Feng and Ji Yu Yishui soon waited for Wang Meng and his 3 teammates. In addition to Lin Liu, there is also a young, sharp-eyed shooter, and a middle-aged man with a hidden professional, Card Master. The hidden profession of Card Master is a legal output profession, but it cannot hold a staff or learn regular legal skills, which is quite special. As soon as Wang Meng saw Qin Feng, he initiated a transaction with Qin Feng. Gave Qin Feng 800 days of life. Wang Meng smiled bitterly and said, "I still owe you 500 days of life, Captain, and will come to give it to you in a moment. Life is really hard to earn in this game, Captain." And Qin Feng was a little confused, but didn't think much about it. He nodded and accepted the 800-day lifespan, and then pulled Ji Yu Yishui to his side. "She is Shuidian. His name is Wang Meng. You should get to know him yourself." At this time, a beautiful female figure ran out from the underground transmission room in the square. The figure was wearing silver-white light armor, tightly wrapped around her streamlined body. She had a long sword hanging on her waist, her long hair was flowing, her long legs were straight and slender, and she had a very plump figure. She looked a little excited and looking forward to it. It was the beautiful policewoman and Yu who looked a little silly when she had a meeting with Wang Meng before. She and Wang Meng were responsible for contacting the Shadow. When she ran over, it felt like waves. Qin Feng only glanced at it, quite surprised. "Is it really in you?" The only hidden profession, Dragon Swordsman, was one of the top 20 experts in the world in the previous life, and one of the official pillars of Daxia. But I remember that in the last life, this woman was not on the same team as Wang Meng. Qin Feng was stunned for a moment, and that beautiful and graceful figure had already arrived in front of him. "Boss Shadow, wow, it's really you. I'm so glad to meet you. My name is Anyu, and I admire you." Anyu stretched out her hand with admiration. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. This is the first time he has encountered a powerful player in the God-forsaken game who was ranked above him in his previous life. Looking back on the previous life, Anyu, the Dragon Swordsman codenamed Justice Execution, in the God-abandoned game, was the nightmare of many foreign hostile forces. Even if Qin Feng challenged her to a duel, he would not be her match. After all, Qin Feng only had an ordinary warrior profession in his previous life, and Anyu's profession as the only hidden dragon swordsman. It's on the same level as Qin Feng's current Shadow. Now looking at Anyu's admiring look, Qin Feng is still a little uncomfortable. But, considering that Anyu is still just a level 5 little Kalami, Qin Feng is relieved. In this life, Qin Feng's development speed is too advanced. Not only was he the only hidden profession, but he also had an unheard of original elementary talent. Even at Anyu's level, Qin Feng was far behind. "Hello." Qin Feng remained calm and reached out to shake her hand. "Boss Shadow, your growth rate is too fast." Anyu pursed her lips and smiled softly, her beautiful face and eyes full of reverence. "I also said before, would you be a time traveler, or a reborn person, hee." Qin Feng's face, which was covered by a black veil, showed a look that was half smiling. "Time traveler, reborn, Anyu has a very rich imagination, but this beauty would never have imagined that Qin Feng would take both of them. At this time, and you reached out to Qin Feng again. Let's trade, boss. Wang Meng still owes you 500 days of life, and I have it here. Qin Feng nodded. Obviously, Anyu has purchased a lot of tradable lives on behalf of Zhonghai city officials. Her hidden profession, dragon swordsman, has very strong survivability. Putting life expectancy on her, the official will definitely rest assured. Okay, Qin Feng nodded. Soon, he received 500 days of life from Anyu. And you looked at Qin Feng, blinked and said, whatever equipment the boss has, you can sell it to us in the future. We want everything. In addition, our official lifespan in Zhonghai City depends on me. The boss should not kill me. Bar. This girl seems to be naturally stupid, but she is actually very smart. These words were obviously testing Qin Feng. If Qin Feng really couldn't help it and killed her, it would naturally affect the subsequent official attitude towards him. Although Qin Feng in this life does not need to be afraid of the official. But there is no reason to turn against each other. After all, Qin Feng still needs to cooperate with the official to sell the equipment and skill books as quickly as possible by leveling up and killing monsters. Establishing long-term cooperation is much more profitable than just one vote and a lifespan. Besides, God knows how much lifespan this woman has in her body. If this sword attack only takes away a few days of life, wouldn't it be a loss of blood? So Qin Feng nodded and said nothing. After throwing Ji Yu Yishui to the opponent's team, he turned around and left to practice leveling. He looked at his experience points and saw that he was still 1/3 short of level 10. If nothing else happens, I will be able to reach level 10 in less than half an hour and return to reality to extract abilities. The other side. After Qin Xiaoyu left Wang Meng's team, he went offline once. Thanks to Wang Meng, she has a tradable lifespan of nearly 200 days and plans to sell it for cash first. After all, at the current ratio, 1 day of life can be sold for 15,000 in cash. Of course she was moved. However, when she returned to reality and habitually opened the V-message group on her mobile phone, she saw a piece of news that was shocking and unacceptable to her. Oh my god, Shadow massacred Brother Seinfeld. Killed 3 times. Qin Xiaoyu looked confused. She had been teaming up with Wang Meng and the others for a while, so of course she knew that the lifespan of the God-abandoned game was real. Once the lifespan reaches 0, people will die. So, when she learned that Seinfei had been killed 3 times in a row, she felt like her heart was being cut. Even if I originally had 100 years of non-tradable lifespan, if I die 3 times in a row, I will only have a little more than 12 years left. But why did Shadow want to kill Brother Seinfeld? Qin Xiaoyu couldn't figure it out. Originally, she was 100% on Seinfeld's side. But now, she was in a struggle inside. After all, she thought she had a chance to make friends with the Shadow. Brother Shadow, he is the first in the world to kill a gold-level boss. And judging from the chat in the group, he killed Seinfeld 3 times under siege by dozens of people. His strength is terrifying. Besides, Seinfeld has just joined the game. Why is he hanging out with so many younger sisters? Qin Xiaoyu has the feeling of having a party without me. This made her have some resentment towards Seinfeld. But no matter what she thinks, after all, Seinfeld, who she has been a fan of for so long, is still a little unsettled in her mentality. Seinfeld, Dark Shadows, which one will she choose? Qin Xiaoyu was in a bad mood because she was first persuaded to retreat by Wang Meng and then heard the news that Songfei had been killed 3 times. Forget it, let's sell our lifespan first. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to contact her classmate Zhang Wei. Because Zhang Wei had already contacted the Qian group before and sold the tradable life face-to-face at a ratio of 1:15,000. But she saw that there were administrators in Seinfeld's V-letter fan group making appeals. Brother Seinfeld needs help now. If you have sisters in Zhonghai City, you can go to your brother and sell your tradable lifespan to him. The ratio is 1 to 10,000. Jimei, this is your chance to make a fortune and help your brother. When Qin Xiaoyu saw this information, he couldn't help it. Brother Seinfeld is at Dajiang Plaza. No, I can't just watch Brother Seinfeld lose his life. Qin Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and decided to lose a little or sell his life to Seinfeld. At this time, Qin Feng was already very close to his assassination plan. He is in the high-level monster area of Yingwo Town, spawning monsters and leveling up non-stop, and is only a little bit short of experience before reaching level 10. Every initial town is an island surrounded by sea. The town is in the center of the island. The closer to the coast, the higher the level of the monsters. With Qin Feng's speed and damage, he came directly to the coastline of the island, killing level 10 monsters along the coast. There is the Tide Maker, who launches water element spell attacks. There are diggers, who can burrow into the ground and appear and disappear. There are also red armored ones that look like lobsters and are covered in carapace. None of these monsters could support Qin Feng's skills, and they all became Qin Feng's experience, contributing evolution points and lifespan. Although I didn't encounter a boss along the way. But half an hour later, Qin Feng had already gained a lot of evolution points with his epic level, Greedy Hand. Looking at the 13 evolution points in the attribute panel, Qin Feng opened the skills panel. Evolved a back attack enhancement. You have consumed 13 evolution points and have 0 points left. Initial skill, back attack enhancement platinum right pointing arrow emerald. Passive effect, when attacking from behind the target, the damage is increased by 40% right pointing arrow 50%. From the initial 10% increase in back hit damage to the current 50% increase in damage, the effect of this skill is becoming more and more significant. Immediately afterwards, with Qin Feng's instant shadow slash, he killed 2 red armored men, and he finally reached level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4-dimensional attributes +2. You have gained 5 free attribute points. You have unlocked career promotion. You are the first player to reach level 10 within Zhonghai City, and you have gained 7 points of reputation. You are the first player to reach level 10 within the Great Sha Kingdom, and you have gained 14 reputation points. You are the first player in the world to reach level 10, and you have gained 21 points of reputation. When there are 7 level 10 players within the scope of Zhonghai City, the teleportation function to the abandoned continent of the gods will be enabled. The world's first level 10 player. Even though Qin Feng spent 3 hours exploring the temple, he still ranked first in the world. After all, he can kill monsters in one go, and his efficiency in clearing monsters is countless times faster than others. At this stage, even a top team like Wang Meng needs at least half a minute to kill a monster, and the experience is still divided equally among the team members. How can they compare to Qin Feng in terms of upgrade efficiency? Except for Qin Feng, the highest level in the world is only level 8. Sure enough, it's almost the same as in the previous life. In the last life, it wasn't until night that the first level 10 player appeared, a player from North America. The corners of Qin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Many players are now in dire straits. Many teams couldn't even kill a single mob, and they were wiped out like crazy. Not many players can upgrade stably. Not to mention, it can effectively clear monsters. And when Qin Feng reached level 10, it directly triggered a server-wide announcement, once again setting off a wave of discussion around the world. Sure enough, it's Shadow again. He's the first gold level kill, and he's also the first in the world at level 10. The Shadow boss is so fierce. And I just heard that the Shadow boss just killed a little star several times. Seinfeld, right, I saw him posting on Weibo, saying he wanted to buy Lifespan. It was hilarious. Does this idiot still want to seek revenge from the Shadow boss? Then Seinfeld relied on dozens of sisters to escort him and barely reached level 6. He still wants to compete with Shadow. In Daxia, players are talking about it on forums and in various towns. As for the conflict between Shadow and Seinfeld, no one is optimistic about Seinfeld. As for the foreign players, they were even more impressed by the codename, Shadow. Ah, Zyba, this Shadow is actually from Daxia. Kuso, the highest level in our Sakura kingdom is only level 7 now. I can't accept it. Fake, my only hidden profession, Smith, is only level 8 now. What's going on with Shadow? None of the 1.5 billion people in Tianju can catch up with Shadow. I heard that this Daxia guy has been doing solo farming all the time, so he can level up quickly. Impossible. The monsters in this game are so difficult to defeat. How could someone defeat them alone and defeat them so quickly? Countless people around the world were shocked. Many people want to know who this Shadow is. including Daxia officials. They are also investigating secretly. But currently, no one knows the true identity of Shadow. Yingwo Town. After Qin Feng reached level 10, he looked at the attribute panel. Codename: Shadow. Occupation: Shadow, the only hidden one. Level: 10. Untradeable lifespan: 1219 years and 128 days. Tradable life: 7,455 days. Strength: 39. Physique: 39. Agility: 111. Spirit: 41. Reputation: 47. But the trading life is only more than 7,000 days, which is totally not enough. Qin Feng sighed and then went offline. After level 10, the experience required for upgrading is more than 10 times that before. Upgrading by just brushing mobs is extremely slow. What's more, after level 10, you still need to consume experience points for career promotion. After career promotion, not only will the 4-dimensional attributes be improved, but more career-specific skills will be unlocked. This is especially important for hidden professions. The most important reason why hidden professions are powerful is the exclusive skills that can be obtained after career advancement. Next, either find the boss to kill, or wait for 6 more people to reach level 10 and leave the initial town. Before that, let's go back to reality and solve one thing. Qin Feng closed his eyes. His blurry figure in the coastal area of Yingwo Town slowly disappeared. Daxia, Zhonghai City. An ordinary community with 11 buildings and 11 floors. In a simple and refreshing bedroom, Qin Feng, who was originally translucent and floating on the bed, gradually has a tendency to solidify. Just when Qin Feng chose to go offline, he received a system prompt because he had reached level 10. Does it consume tradable life and extract abilities into reality? Whether Qin Feng chose yes. A list of extractable abilities appeared in front of him. 1. Extract occupation and level. 2. Extract equipment. 3. Extract skills. 4. Extract bloodline, not available yet. 5. Extract divinity, not available yet. The first is the extraction of occupations. In this regard, the God-abandoned game treats everyone equally. Whether it is an ordinary profession or a hidden profession, extracting professional abilities into reality requires 1,000 days of life. Qin Feng did not hesitate and directly extracted the only hidden profession, Shadow, into reality. You have consumed 1,000 days of life tradable. You extracted Shadow, the only hidden profession. You have obtained Shadow, the only hidden profession, and the professional passive has taken effect. Your strength +3, constitution +3, agility +8, spirit +5. Next comes level. Extracting levels mainly brings real attribute improvements, but free attribute points cannot be redistributed. How it is distributed in the game will be fixed when extracted into reality. Before level 10, the cost of extracting levels is a fixed lifespan of 1,000 days per level. Then, extract level 2 to reality. You have consumed 1,000 x2 days of life tradable. You extracted level x2. Your level in reality has been increased to level 3. Your strength +4, constitution +4, agility +14, spirit +4. This leaves 4,455 days of life left. Next is what surprises Qin Feng the most, skill extraction. My talent allows me to evolve my skills. Originally, the higher the skill level, the more lifespan it takes to extract it, and it may even increase exponentially. Unexpectedly, the lifespan consumed by my skill extraction is based on the initial level of the skill. For example, latent image. This skill has been evolved by Qin Feng to the platinum level. According to the algorithm, it will take tens of thousands of days to extract it. But now, only the most basic 900 days are needed. And the extracted skills are platinum level in sync with the game. Later in the game, the skill will continue to advance, and the skill in reality will also advance simultaneously, without the need to consume additional lifespan extraction. Comfortable. Qin Feng quickly selected 2 skills and extracted them. You have consumed 900 days of life tradable and extracted the skill, Latent Shadow, platinum level. You have consumed 2,262 days of life tradable and extracted the skill, Poison Dart, silver level. After extracting these 2 skills, Qin Feng only has 1292 days left to live. It consumes a lot of life. But the benefits are terrifying. Originally, Qin Feng was just an ordinary person in reality, but now, his four-dimensional attributes are almost twice those of ordinary people. Especially his speed has exceeded human limits. In reality, Qin Feng now has 32 points of agility and can run 100 meters at full speed in just over 5 seconds. It's a pity, but the trading life is not long enough. But that's okay. Now this attribute is enough to kill Xin Fei. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. For Qin Feng, who has experienced the apocalypse for 9 years, he is already used to killing. There was no way he was going to give Seinfeld any chance to rise. It only costs the price of extracting inferior skills to extract a platinum-level latent image. It's really a bargain. With professional passivity, the invisibility time is doubled, and unlimited invisibility is possible. Coupled with the poisonous darts released up to 14 meters away, you can definitely find an opportunity to kill Seinfeld. The problem now is to find where Seinfeld is. If it were the development trajectory of the previous life, Qin Feng would not be able to find the other party so easily. But now, that Seinfeld is going on a lifespan spree. And to trade longevity, it must be done in person. In other words, Seinfeld's position in reality is equivalent to being exposed to the public. Qin Feng has a plan for this. Zhanghai City, afternoon. Qin Feng gradually opened his eyes in the bedroom. When he finished extracting it, his body completely solidified. He stretched out his hand and clenched his fist, moved a little, got used to the attributes, and a smile appeared on his lips. Set off. Just as he was about to take action, suddenly the cell phone next to him rang. Qin Feng frowned. Picking up the phone casually, he took a look and found that his boss at the company where he originally worked was calling. Hu Qibing, I still remember that in the last life, Qin Feng was late for work today and was scolded by the fat man. Now, Qin Feng naturally didn't bother to pay attention. He hung up the phone and threw the phone on the bed. Just as he was about to leave, it rang again. It's still, boss, Hu Qibing. Qin Feng went up to hang up and blocked him, all at once. But then Hu Qibing sent him a message from V letter. Qin Feng, are you looking for death? The eldest lady is looking for you and wants to give you one last chance. If you still don't obey, you should consider the consequences yourself. Qin Feng didn't even read the message, and directly deleted and blocked the other party's V signal. The whole world is quiet. Set off. Target. Seinfeld. Location. Dajiang Plaza. Qin Feng had already checked through Weibo that Seinfei was personally showing up at Dajiang Plaza in Zhanghai City to buy lifespan. Dajiang Plaza is only 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qin Feng's community. At Qin Feng's current speed, he could jog invisibly and arrive there in about 10 minutes. Qin Feng left his cell phone in the room. Then he put on a gray mask and a black jacket, and his figure instantly became illusory and transparent until he completely disappeared. If other people saw this scene in real life, they would definitely be shocked. Because this is the first time that the ability in the God's Abandonment game has appeared in reality. Now, other players don't know at all that the ability of God's Abandoned game can be extracted into reality. And this means that Song Fei is completely unprepared for Qin Feng's assassination. Zhanghai City, Dajiang Plaza. 4-page M. Seinfeld's female fans in Zhanghai City learned the news from Weibo and rushed to Dajiang Plaza. There are many female fans among them, and they have survived from the God Abandoned game. They all gathered together excitedly to sell it to Seinfeld so as to get a chance to have close contact with Seinfeld. In the crowd, separated by more than 20 security guards and temporary fences, Seinfeld was wearing a white vest and sunglasses, sitting in the middle of the indoor venue with his legs crossed. Next to him sat a girl with a single ponytail. The girl was wearing pink short sleeves, a black skirt, and her legs were wrapped in black socks, looking youthful and beautiful. Surprisingly, it is Zhong Li, the daughter of the chairman of Dajiang Industrial. Zhong Li has always been a fan of Seinfeld, but not as enthusiastic as other female fans. When he learned that Seinfeld wanted to acquire lifespan, he took the initiative to contact them and offered Dajiang Plaza as a venue. On the one hand, she can get close to Seinfeld and help Seinfeld shorten his life. On the other hand, when Seinfeld runs out of money, she can also collect some lifespan. With Seinfeld's fame, more people can be attracted to come and work hard. At this time, Zhang Li was leaning against Song Fei, talking and laughing. The eldest lady smiled and asked, "Brother Seinfeld, how many years of life have you received?" Song Fei checked his attributes. "Miss Zhang. She has received more than 2,000 days of life and spent 20 million. Zhang Li pursed her lips and said, "There are still many fans who will give you life for free, I'm so envious." Song Fei waved his hand and said with a smile, "I can't compare to your Dajiang Industrial. Our family is big and the business is big. I'm just doing it in a small way." Zhang Li waved his hands modestly, "How could? Speaking of which, I heard that you were killed by the shadow 3 times in the God-abandoned game. Don't worry, I am sending people here to investigate the true identity of the shadow." Sain Fei frowned. "This is a bit difficult. At present, we only know that he is male and located in Zhanghai City, and we don't know anything else." Zhang Li smiled. "People always have weaknesses. Money, beauty. I have sent people to Yingwo Town to contact him and give him a number. I am not afraid that he will not agree. As long as he agrees, I have to come and get it. Money, right, when he comes to get the money, as long as he shows up, he will have no choice." Song Fei smiled. "It is indeed a method. I heard that your Dajiang Industrial has used this method to control several players and let them work for you for free." Zhang Li covered her mouth and chuckled. "They are all idiots, they are very good at it, and they don't have much lifespan. If we can catch the shadow, the efficiency should be improved a lot." Sain Fei nodded. "You must inform me when the time comes." Zhang Li giggled. "Don't worry, when we catch him, we will definitely call brother Song Fei to come and beat him up to vent his anger." Sudden, Zhang Li's smile froze, because she saw that Sain Fei in front of her suddenly had a blood hole on his forehead. A strange dark green dart came from nowhere and penetrated Song Fei's forehead silently. Boom! Seinfeld fell to the ground, with blood flowing all over his forehead. On his body was a gray-white lifespan light ball condensed just like in the God-abandoned game. "Ah!" Zhang Li screamed and rolled back. Everyone around was silent for a moment, and then a wave of screams broke out, and the whole place was in chaos. "Protect the eldest lady." The security guards of Dajiang Industrial reacted immediately and gathered towards Zhang Li. The security captain glanced at Seinfeld. "I saw him falling to the ground, the sunglasses he was wearing had fallen off, his eyes were wide open with a look of disbelief, and the blood hole on his forehead was gurgling with blood. Suddenly, the lifespan light ball on his body disappeared. It was obviously absorbed by someone, but there was no sign of anyone next to the corpse." The security personnel gasped. "Isn't this supposed to be invisibility? Go, go, go. Protect the eldest lady and evacuate. Did you see anyone suspicious? No, why don't you adjust the monitoring quickly?" The scene was chaotic. Under the protection of more than 20 security guards, Zhang Li quickly evacuated through the fire escape and soon arrived outside Dajiang Plaza. Just as she was about to get into a black car, suddenly a dart struck from above and passed through the back of her head. Accurate and deadly. Boom! Qian Jin, the chairman of Dajiang Industrial, fell outside the door of his own industry. I didn't expect that I could buy one and get one free." Qin Feng remained invisible, a little surprised. He heard Zhang Li and Song Fei chatting. Zhang Li has already set her sights on him, how could he let him go? It's not a good thing anyway, let's just deal with it together. It's a pity that her body was also exploded and she has a lifespan of hundreds of days. There are security guards next to the body, so she can't get it. Death in real life will also result in half of the tradable lifespan. Qin Feng only took advantage of the invisibility and chaos at the scene to absorb the 1046-day tradable lifespan exploded from Sain Fei. This guy never imagined that the lifespan he had just paid for would be so advantageous to Qin Feng. "It would be great if there was a flower curse, so I could absorb the other half." Qin Feng shook his head, which was a bit of a pity. The Jade level, blooming curse, skill can be extracted to a lifespan of tens of thousands of days in reality. He really can't extract it now, so he can only give up. After settling all this, Qin Feng left quietly, leaving behind a chaotic scene. And this assassination in broad daylight. It spread all over the country and even the world in no time. Zhanghai City, Dajiang Plaza. The female fans of Seinfeld at the scene and the people who came to sell their lifespans were all in a state of panic and confusion. Someone was taking pictures with their cell phones. Someone screamed in terror. There were people running around. In the crowd, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan were also completely stunned by this scene. Originally, Qin Xiaoyu wanted to come over and sell his lifespan to Xin Fei, but unexpectedly, he witnessed Xin Fei being killed suddenly. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu's worldview suddenly collapsed. Xiaoyu, let's go, let's go. Chu Yan reacted quickly and hurriedly pulled Qin Xiaoyu away in the chaos. The entire Dajiang Square was in chaos, and the footage of the scene quickly spread as many people broadcast and recorded it. A few minutes later, official police officers arrived immediately. Some people blocked the scene. Some people went to check the surveillance. Some people began to analyze the dark green dart left at the scene. This dart is of unknown material and origin. It's very strange. Rather than saying it is a product of our reality, it is more like something from a God-forsaken game. The style is indeed similar, but how could something from God's abandoned game appear in reality? The surveillance department found no results. The attack came from a blind spot in the surveillance. We didn't see who it was. Have you asked the people on site? I asked people who were nearby, but they all said they didn't see anyone. Look at the surveillance replay. A lifespan light ball appeared on Seinfeld's body and suddenly disappeared. Could this be someone hiding nearby and absorbing the light ball? How can a person be invisible? Wait a minute, the assassin in God's abandoned game can become invisible. The official police officers in Zhonghai City were all confused. However, after investigation, they came to the most likely conclusion, that is, the person who attacked Song Fei and Zhong Li was most likely really invisible. Could it be that God's ability to abandon games can be released in reality? I'm kidding, I can be invisible in the game, why can't I be invisible in reality? Are there any conditions that need to be met? Because there were too many witnesses at the scene. Zhonghai City officials wanted to hide the news, but they couldn't. What's more, the whole world is in chaos now. News of Seinfeld's death spread quickly. Officials from all over the world immediately made the same guess after viewing some videos. The ability of God to abandon the game is very likely to be used in reality. Qin Feng didn't care about this. After all, soon enough at night, someone else will be reaching level 10. This secret will no longer be a secret then. Just when rumors of Xin Fei's death spread, Zhonghai City officials felt like they were facing a formidable enemy, and countless people were terrified. Qin Feng has returned to Shanshui Impression Community. He changed his clothes and wore ordinary sweatpants and short-sleeved shirts. He took his mobile phone and went to a noodle shop opposite the community and ordered a bowl of noodles. In the God abandonment game, although players are in an invincible state in reality, they will also consume energy. I'm hungry, I still have to eat. This is what Qin Feng finds troublesome. Because of this, players cannot stay in the game forever. No matter what, they still have to return to reality and eat to replenish energy and water, otherwise they will starve to death no matter how long they live. While eating noodles, Qin Feng also heard some diners chatting. About God's abandoned game, about Seinfeld's death. They never imagined that the person who killed Xin Fei was right in front of them. After finishing this meal, go back and continue to find the boss to refresh your life. In the God abandonment game, level 10 is the beginning. At this time, in a driving taxi, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan were both a little distracted. Just now, the scene of Xin Fei suddenly bleeding from his forehead kept echoing in their minds. They couldn't imagine that they just attended Seinfeld's concert yesterday, and today they witnessed Seinfeld's soul-crushing scene. Chu Yan quickly scrolled through her phone, her body shaking uncontrollably. Darts, invisible, why is it so like the ability of God to abandon the game? Xiaoyu, do you think it was Shadow who killed Seinfeld? Qin Xiaoyu didn't answer. When Seinfeld died, her world suddenly lost its color. When she got to school, she became expressionless when she got out of the taxi. Seinfeld is dead. In this world, strength is everything. Shadow, I want to get close to him, get close to him. No one can stop me. Zhang Wei, take me to the Qian group and sell the 200 days of life first. I want to buy another apartment and move out to avoid being held back by Qin Feng. Also, Zhang Wei, do you have an assassin skill book? Give it to me. I want to give it to Shadow. Seinfeld is dead. Now, Qin Xiaoyu doesn't have to worry about who to choose. But the key is it a matter of who she chooses or not? About half an hour later. After Qin Feng finished eating, he went home and took a shower. He was about to lie down in bed and continue the game of God abandonment. As a result, the phone kept popping up messages. Qin Feng glanced and saw that it was one of his female colleagues named Yang Xiaoya. Xiaoya Yaya. Qin Feng, Fatty who is furious, saying that you blocked his mobile phone and V-mail. If you don't come back, you will be fired, and you won't get this month's salary. This girl has a good personality, but is soft and weak, and is often bullied. In his previous life, he was also a member of the Qin Feng God-slaying guild. Qin Feng thought for a while and replied with a message, "Don't worry about him. Don't go to work and develop in the God abandonment game first." Yang Xiaoya was a little surprised when she saw Qin Feng's reply, and then typed a weak reply, "Oh. Qin Feng, have you ever entered this God's abandoned game? I heard that it is very difficult in there, and many people's lifespan is about to expire." Empty. Qin Feng replied, "No matter what your profession is, just add agility at the beginning." Xiaoya Yaya. Okay, greater than. Less than. Xiaoya Yaya. I heard that the lifespan of game output is very expensive now. How is your development, Qin Feng? How much have you earned? Qin Feng replied casually, "Not much, it's almost all spent." Xiaoya. Wow, have you bought a car or a house? No wonder you gang up on Fatty Hu, hee. This girl thought Qin Feng had made money and spent it all. The fact is that Qin Feng is too lazy to exchange his lifespan for money. Instead, he directly consumes his lifespan and extracts his abilities into reality. Besides, Yang Xiaoya didn't know. The reason why Hu Qibing was furious was not because Qin Feng didn't go to work, but because Qin Feng did not accept the hidden rules of the eldest lady in the company. Qian Group, Qian Shishi. Qin Feng sneered. The media company where he works is a subsidiary of the Qian Group. Qian Shishi is the daughter of the chairman of Qian Group. One day, Qian Shishi saw Qin Feng and hinted to Qin Feng that she wanted to play with him all night. If it had been anyone else, he would have been ecstatic. Although Qian Shishi is not too beautiful and has a flat figure, she can definitely be regarded as white, rich and beautiful. However, Qin Feng had seen the spade tattoo on Qian Shishi's calf. In this regard, Qin Feng just wants to say, C tradition T traditional M American D Germany. Qin Feng not only had no interest in this woman, but also felt disgusted. In fact, there are some gossips about Qian Shishi in the company on weekdays. Why did you enter the hotel with 6 foreign middle-aged men? Why drive 3 African American men out for fun in a sports car? I saw Qin Feng later and saw that he was handsome and wanted to play with him. If God abandoned the game hadn't come and Qin Feng had offended Qian Shishi, the consequences would have been really unpredictable. But in the last life, the God abandoned the game and came, so Qian Shishi had to give up the idea of hidden rules, Qin Feng. This woman ignored Qin Feng and left Daxia, heading to North America, where she took the lead in forming the top 3 guilds in North America, Alice in Wonderland. The Alice Guild is the great enemy of Daxia. The Qian Group where Qian Shishi belongs is one of the shareholders of Alice Guild. Later, after getting in touch with him, Qin Feng knew that Qian Shishi had always worshipped foreigners and favored foreigners. He felt that foreign men were real men and was dismissive of Daxia men. Even towards Qin Feng, he had a completely playful attitude. At this point in time, Qian Shishi should be trapped at the Shanghai airport. Qin Feng thought about it for a moment. The arrival of the God-abandoned game brought global traffic to a temporary standstill. Planes are grounded at the airport. It wasn't until a few days later that Qian Shishi boarded the plane and headed to North America. If we were in Shanghai, we could deal with her today. But it won't take a few days. When I extract higher attributes, I can go to the Demon City and kill her before she leaves to avoid future troubles. Otherwise, it won't be that easy to deal with her when she goes to North America. Qin Feng listed Qian Shishi as his next target. If Qian Shishi died, the Alice in Wonderland guild that brought big trouble to the God-slaying guild in the previous life, and even to the whole of Great Sha, would probably not be established. After all, Qin Feng had heard rumors in his previous life. The various founders of the Alice Guild all had an affair with Qian Shishi. Once this woman died, the founders naturally lost their ties of connection. While he was thinking about it, suddenly, Qin Feng's cell phone rang. When he took it, he saw that it was Qin Xiaoyu. She actually took the initiative to call me. Qin Feng was stunned. After all, in his impression, it was impossible for Qin Xiaoyu to take the initiative to contact him. In the last life, he kept apologizing and begging for forgiveness, and even went to Qin Xiaoyu's school in person before bringing her back to join the God-abandoned game together. And now, Qin Xiaoyu unexpectedly took the initiative to call him. Qin Feng thought for a while and picked it up. However, his voice was a little cold. Hello. Qin Xiaoyu's voice came coldly from the opposite side. Qin Feng. You can still answer the phone. I thought you died because of the God-abandoned game. Since you are here, I will inform you that I bought it with my own money. Sweet, please leave me alone from now on. As soon as Qin Feng heard her tone, he knew that she was in a bad mood. Is it because he was fired by Wang Meng? Or is it because Seinfeld is dead? No matter what it is, it doesn't matter. Qin Feng didn't bother to care about her at all. You have nothing to do with me. Qin Xiaoyu, don't you always think that I make you not free? Don't worry, I won't care about you anymore, you can do whatever you want. Qin Xiaoyu was obviously stunned when he heard this. She didn't expect that her brother, who had always been so kind to her, would talk to her in such a cold tone. However, she has now made up her mind to cut ties with Qin Feng. He only wanted to make friends with the shadow, but he didn't bother to worry about that much. So she said coldly, you yourself know how depressed you make me. This is what you said. From now on, there will be no relationship between us. If you leave me alone in the future, I will not look for you. Let's break off our relationship. Don't ask where I live. Hearing Qin Xiaoyu's words, Qin Feng smiled. Cut off ties. Is there such a good thing? Okay, Qin Feng replied with one word and hung up the phone. Then, he turned off his cell phone, turned around and lay on the sofa. As his body gradually became translucent, he once again entered the God-abandoned game. Hearing the sound of hanging up the phone on the other side, Qin Xiaoyu had an indescribable complex feeling. The first is to relax. She always felt that she was controlled by Qin Feng, which made her too depressed and too unfree. Now, she was finally free. With her own ability, she and Chu Yan bought a house with 3 bedrooms and 1 living room and moved in directly. Although the procedures have not been completed yet, it will happen sooner or later. From now on, you can live without Qin Feng. Now no one will hold me back. I can do whatever I want. It feels so good to be free. Next, just find a way to get to know Shadow and have a good relationship with him. Qin Xiaoyu looked at his phone. Seinfeld's death has spread throughout the world. Many people speculated that he was most likely assassinated by Shadow. I just don't know why Shadow can use the power of God's abandoned game in reality. Chu Yan was beside her and looked at her with some worry. Xiaoyu. Isn't it bad to break off the relationship with your brother? Otherwise, you can just apologize to him. I think he seems to be really serious this time. Very angry. Qin Xiaoyu shook his head. You want me to apologize to him? Impossible. Let's go. When I get to know Shadow, what else will happen to him? Soon, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan entered the God abandonment game together. Meet in Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyu got a bronze-level assassin skill book, SAP, from Zhang Wei. Then she opened Wang Meng's private chat window with anticipation. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Can you please ask Brother Shadow if he needs it? If he wants it, you can give it to him. Qin Xiaoyu felt nervous and proud. What makes her nervous is that this is her first time trying to communicate with the Shadow. What I am proud of is that there are very few people who have the opportunity to make friends with Shadow at this stage, and she is one of them. As long as she can get along with Shadow, she, Qin Xiaoyu, will definitely be able to surpass countless people in the new era of the God-abandoned game. However, after she chatted with Wang Meng privately, Wang Meng quickly replied to her, the boss said he doesn't need it, so you can keep the money for yourself. Question mark question mark question mark. Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded on the spot. She never expected that Shadow would not want this skill book with control effects. Refuse so simply. Qin Xiaoyu never expected that this would be the result. What's going on? I gave him a skill book, but he didn't want it. Qin Xiaoyu was confused. She couldn't understand it. Is there anyone who really doesn't want something that is given away for free? Chu Yan on the side saw her stunned and couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyu, what's going on? Qin Xiaoyu explained the situation, and Chu Yan and Zhang Wei were also shocked. Zhang Wei, oh no, why don't you give away the skill book for free? Is this person mentally ill? Chu Yan thought for a while and consoled her, Xiaoyu, maybe he has already learned this skill. Let's farm more monsters and see if we can unlock other skill books. Qin Xiaoyu sighed. This is the only way. A few minutes ago. Qin Feng returned to the game first. Before he could clearly see the scene around him, he heard bursts of shrill roars coming from his ears. I logged off at the beach. Don't the surrounding monsters refresh so quickly? Qin Feng was a little surprised. When the darkness around him faded, he suddenly discovered that there were several players running away on the coastline in front of him. Behind those players, there was a weird monster about 3 meters tall, chasing them. Golden arthropods, LV8. Grade: Gold. The monster's body was pale golden, and its lower body looked like a horse with 8 legs. But the upper body is actually like a centipede with dozens of hands, each holding a rusty iron knife or sword. And its head is like a spider's head, with hundreds of compound eyes, staring at the several escaping players, which is extremely weird. I saw that the golden limb was extremely fast and almost caught up with a warrior player in an instant. The iron knives and iron swords in his hands were slashed alternately, and in less than a second, the warrior player was chopped into dozens of large pieces. Dark shadow. One of the players was running away when he saw a figure appearing in front of him and was suddenly surprised. Qin Feng looked around and saw a mature royal sister wearing a fiery red robe and an extremely hot figure. I saw her wavy black hair and a pair of beautiful eyes looking at Qin Feng in surprise. It's the wavy beauty who bought Qin Feng's ice cone technique before, Grey Rose. When Grey Rose saw Qin Feng, she was happy at first, and then a little nervous. Shadow, this boss can hide, and the assassins in our team were killed by it. If you want to fight, be careful. Qin Feng said nothing. He must defeat the gold level boss. After all, for him, this boss means 28 evolution points. Golden arthropods, if I remember correctly, the anti-invisibility level of this boss is level 2. Qin Feng squinted his eyes. But this does not mean that Qin Feng does not need to be invisible. After all, he is invisible and does more damage. Latent image. Qin Feng's figure disappeared quickly. When Grey Rose saw this scene, there was tension in her beautiful eyes. Her team was scattered by the gold level boss, and she would definitely be unable to defeat him. She couldn't tell whether Qin Feng wanted to fight or run away, so she could only run away. Qin Feng remained invisible and passed by Grey Rose. When the two of them crossed paths, Grey Rose's beautiful eyes were obviously worried. However, Qin Feng ignored it. Go towards the golden limbs. Instant shadow slash. His figure appeared in a flash, and then disappeared instantly, passing through the golden limbs. -1013. -3042 weakness attack. -1013, Sure enough, level 2 invisibility will be seen through by this boss. The effects of my shadow profession did not take effect. When attacking outside the target's sight, the damage is doubled. This effect will not take effect if the opponent can see through the invisibility. This also caused Qin Feng's damage to drop a lot. But at the same time, due to the effect of the legendary Gift of Liberation, the weaknesses of the Golden Arthroplast's head and heart were amplified by 200%. Qin Feng's instant shadow slash, 3 of the 9 strikes were judged to have hit the target's weak point, causing 3 times the damage to the weak point. It is indeed a legendary skill. You have to thank Lin Liu and Nizi, otherwise, you may not be able to find the Temple of Faith. Qin Feng killed the golden arthropod with a total of 13,000 HP in one instant. The boss's health bar suddenly dropped by about 1/6. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng turned around and fired a poisonous dart. Aim at the opponent's head. The golden limbs still wanted to hide, but unfortunately Qin Feng was too agile and the dart was also fast, and he hit it accurately on the spot. Minus 1785 weakness attack. Minus 223. Minus 223. The poisonous darts are only at the silver level now, and the damage level cannot keep up. Of course, the most important thing is that in front of the golden limbs, Qin Feng loses twice the professional damage bonus. Now the boss is still facing him, and he can't take 50% of the damage from the back attack. You still need to advance professionally to obtain a higher level of invisibility. Qin Feng thought silently. When he finished throwing the two skills, the 8 legs of the golden limbs ran together and attacked him at extremely fast speeds. It ran at full speed, reaching a speed of at least 30 meters per second. In just a moment, dozens of iron knives and swords in the hands of the golden arthropods fell towards Qin Feng like a violent storm. Careful. Seeing this, the gray rose in the distance shouted subconsciously, with a worried look on her brows. But then, not only her, but also the teammates around her who were scattered by the boss, all opened their eyes wide. They saw a scene that they couldn't believe. Under the boss's attack, Qin Feng dodged, retreated, and rolled, a series of actions in one go. He actually dodged dozens of boss attacks in a short period of time. Holy shit, what kind of speed is this? Not only is he fast, he reacts very quickly, and he also knows the boss's attack methods very well. Yes, in terms of speed, he is about the same as the boss, but he can just dodge every attack from the boss. It's like fighting this boss countless times. They don't know that this is the basic skill that Qin Feng developed in 9 years of his previous life. His profession in his previous life was that of a warrior. And warriors don't just resist. A truly top warrior must dodge the key skills of the boss. Many times, he cannot even take a single attack, otherwise it will bring crisis to the entire team. Especially when the wet nurse in the team is Qin Xiaoyu. Defeat the epic boss, which has many large-scale skills. Qin Xiaoyu was barely able to dodge those skills, but she was also asked to take the time to breastfeed Qin Feng. It's simply impossible. So in the last life, Qin Feng often carried it alone. If you think that Qin Feng just relies on stealth to kill the boss, you are totally wrong. With enough agility, even if the invisibility fails, Qin Feng can easily outplay most boss with his body skills. Cut, charge, trample. With its hundreds of compound eyes, the golden arthropod can see through all targets with no more than level 2 invisibility. Even Qin Feng cannot escape its capture. However, no matter what kind of attack this gold-level boss launches, it can't hit Qin Feng. Compared with the special boss like the golden ghost ship, this golden arthropod is obviously much easier to deal with. Qin Feng was able to dodge those attacks with ease. When the skill is cooled down, just throw it backhand, knocking out 1/6 of the boss's health each time. Just over a minute later, under the shocked and disbelieving looks of Grey Rose and the others, the gold-level boss turned around and ran away. But Qin Feng is too fast. The golden arthropod had only run more than 200 meters into the woods when Qin Feng caught up with him and killed him completely. You killed the golden arthropod, LV8 gold level. You have gained 6,400 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of life tradable. While Grey Rose and others did not catch up, Qin Feng directly released the Hand of Greed. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 497 days of life tradable. A series of system prompts came, making Qin Feng feel comfortable. A golden boss, given 28 evolution points, has a tradable lifespan of nearly 2,000 days. The superimposed effects of Greedy Hand and Will-O-the-Wisp Bell allow Qin Feng to develop much faster than ordinary players. As for experience, it only takes 10,000 experience points to upgrade from level 9 to level 10. But to upgrade from level 10 to level 11, you need 100,000 experience points. These 6,400 experience points are more, but they are not enough for Qin Feng to upgrade. When Qin Feng inspected the loot, his eyes lit up. Black Light Shield Platinum Assassin Skill. After active use, all one's dodge rate will be converted into a damage-free shield, which lasts for 8 seconds. Cooldown 60 seconds. Demand level 8. Conversion rate. Every 20% dodge converts 1 layer of damage-free shield. After the shield is broken or the duration expires, the dodge rate returns to normal. This skill book was actually released. After learning this skill, you can defeat many boss without taking any damage, especially the boss on the God-abandoned continent. Qin Feng was quite surprised. Learn directly. For example, now that he has learned Ghost Blur and evolved it to an epic level, he has a 75% dodge probability passively. After using the Black Light Shield, you will gain 3 layers of damage-free shield. In other words, no matter how high the opponent's damage is, Qin Feng is immune to the first 3 attacks. Not just when fighting boss, but also when exploring ruins and maps. With this skill, I can even explore many high-level areas in advance. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. It directly consumed 1 + 2 + 3 evolution points, a total of 6 points, to evolve this skill to the epic level. Black Light Shield Platinum Right Pointing Arrow Epic Assassin Skill. The damage-free shield lasts for 8 right pointing arrow, 10 right pointing arrow, 12 right pointing arrow, 14 seconds. Conversion rate. Every 20% right pointing arrow, 15% right pointing arrow, 12% right pointing arrow, 10% dodge converts 1 layer of damage-free shield. The epic Black Light Shield, after use, can convert 75% of Qin Feng's dodge into a 7-layer damage-free shield. Continuing to evolve the Black Light Shield requires 50 evolution points. That's enough for now. Qin Feng still has 22 evolution points left. First, I spent 3 + 5 + 8 with a total of 16 evolution points to evolve the Poison Dart 3 times. Poison Darts Silver Right Pointing Arrow Jade, the longest range is 14 right pointing arrow, 17 meters. Adds 120 right pointing arrow, 240 attack points when hitting. Poison. Causes 50% right pointing arrow, 80% continuous damage every second, no weakness bonus, lasts for 5 seconds, cannot be superimposed. Evolving Poison Dart 3 times, the damage of this skill is at least doubled. Since the basic cooldown of this skill is only 5 seconds, it is no weaker than Instant Shadow Slash when output continuously. There are still 6 evolution points, so I can only let them go. In addition to skills, the Golden Arthropod also gave Qin Feng 2 pieces of useful equipment. Ring of Lightness Platinum Level Assassin Jewelry. Agility +20, Movement Speed +20%, Attack Speed +20%, Cooling Speed +20%. Equipment requirements. Level 8. Thick red leather gloves, gold level, assassin type armor. Physical defense +18, all elemental resistance +15. Constitution +12, HP +588. Equipment requirements. Level 6. After replacing the 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's cooling rate reached 55%. The original cooldown of Instant Shadow Slash is 12 seconds, but now it only takes 7.7 seconds. In addition, Qin Feng's physique, defense and health points are all higher. 51 points of constitution, 106 points of physical defense, 17 points of health. With this attribute, even the attack from the Golden Arthropod just now can survive 2 or 3 hits. As for the previous level 5 Golden Ghost Ship, even the half-health full-screen skills couldn't kill me. Besides, I still have a 75% dodge rate passively. Qin Feng put away his backpack. The few backpack compartments are half full. Only then did Grey Rose catch up with her 3 remaining teammates. When she saw the body of the Golden Arthroplast lying in front of Qin Feng, she was indescribably shocked. The boss is the boss, really kill this boss alone. Grey Rose's beautiful eyes showed a look of admiration and expectation. How about it, boss, are there any equipment skills I can use? I'll buy some. As a mage, there is a golden skill book, Frost Ejection. Qin Feng glanced at the backpack, took out a skill book with an ice blue cover, and showed it in front of her. Group skill, release ice ball, ejection up to 10 times, 800-day fixed price. The loot dropped by level 8 boss needs to be used between level 6 to 8. This Frost Ejection skill book is a level 7 skill book. The higher the level of skill equipment, the higher the value will naturally be. It is also a gold level skill. Level 7 Frost Ejection has more than 40% higher damage than level 5 Frost Ejection. Certainly, The same skill cannot be learned twice, and a higher level can only be used to cover a lower level. 800 days, this is too expensive. Grey Rose smiled bitterly. But she looked at the attributes of the skill book that Qin Feng took out, and didn't want to give up. After all, this frost ejection skill would greatly speed up her leveling. When encountering a large group of mobs, once this skill is used, the damage will explode. Finally, Grey Rose thought about it for half a minute, found her teammates again, and lent them their lifespan. 800 days, deal done. You have lost, Frost Ejection Gold Level Skill Book. You have gained 800 days of life tradable. The system prompt came and Qin Feng turned and left. He plans to return to the town, publish the news, and acquire the location information of the silver level and gold level boss. Silver level gives 30 days, gold level gives 100 days. In this way, Qin Feng will have a steady stream of boss to kill, and his development speed will be maximized. It was only after Qin Feng killed the golden arthropod and sold the frost ejection that he received a private message from Wang Meng. What the hell? Qin Xiaoyu wants to give me a bronze skill book. Qin Feng was speechless and refused directly. Now outside, most people are speculating that Shadow killed Seinfeld. According to Qin Xiaoyu's character, if Qin Feng killed Song Fei, Qin Xiaoyu would definitely fight Qin Feng to death. But if it were Shadow who killed Song Fei, not only would Qin Xiaoyu not be angry, but he would also give him a skill book. Could this double standard be any more obvious? Qin Xiaoyu has always had this character. No matter how kind Qin Feng is to her, she always takes it for granted. In the previous life, Qin Xiaoyu would get angry and make a fuss with Qin Feng if he was slightly unsatisfied. Qin Feng took care of her for 9 years. Equipment, skills, lifespan, food, and shelter were all arranged for her, and she felt that she deserved it all. In the end, for Song Fei, she dug out Qin Feng's eyes with her own hands. The most outrageous thing is that she looked happy when she did it. You can remember the small kindnesses from others for a lifetime. No matter how nice I am to you, you won't take it to heart. Qin Feng sneered lightly. Although Song Fei is dead, it is impossible for him to accept Qin Xiaoyu again. After all, this is her character. Without Sine Fei, there will still be Lin Fei, Li Fei and Zhang Fei. It is impossible for Qin Feng to fall twice on the same person. He didn't deal with her the same way he dealt with Seinfeld, already for the sake of his dead parents. If I let you know, I am Shadow, and I killed Seinfeld. I'm afraid you can scold me for 3 days and 3 nights without letting go of your anger. But for Shadow, you can actually give away a skill book. Qin Feng shook his head and threw this man behind him. He now has a lot of things in his backpack, and he plans to go back to the town to sell them first, and also announces a reward for the boss coordinates. So he clicked on Wang Meng's private chat. Say a sentence, turn it into text and say, Wang Meng, go back to the town, sell your things, and prepare for a long life. Wang Meng immediately replied, okay. This guy is leading his team to find monsters and upgrade them outside Yingwo town. After seeing Qin Feng's private chat, he immediately led the team back. In the middle of the process, Wang Meng suddenly asked, by the way, you were the boss who killed Sine Fei, right? This sudden question would have made someone else think carefully about how to answer it. But Qin Feng did not hesitate at all and admitted directly, yes. Wang Meng has his best friend, and he has never been offline. So I must know that during the time when Seinfeld was killed, Shadow was always offline. The motive and time of committing the crime are very sufficient. Now, since Wang Meng asked this, it means that he has already guessed most of it. Qin Feng doesn't have to admit it, since the other party has no evidence anyway, but it's not necessary. It's just a good time to see Daxia's official reaction to this matter. It's a test. Wang Meng was a little surprised when he heard Qin Feng's decisive admission. After a long while, he replied, okay, we are a bit far away from the town. It will take about 10 minutes to get back to the town. Please wait a moment, boss. Qin Feng smiled and said, it's okay, I'm further away. In order to level up quickly, he went to the coastline, which was more than 20 kilometers away from the town. At his speed, it would take about 15 minutes to run back. Along the way, Qin Feng encountered monsters and killed them casually. I also gained more than 2,000 experience points, 5 evolution points, and exploded several pieces of low-quality and ordinary equipment and skill books. When I returned to the town, my backpack grid was completely full. Later, Qin Feng made an appointment with Wang Meng and others. Met them in the abandoned church basement in Yingwo town. The boss is here. Wang Meng and others have been waiting here for 2 minutes. Seeing Qin Feng appearing in a veil and wearing lightly golden equipment, everyone became a little nervous for a moment. And Yu, the dragon swordsman, was wearing a silver light armor. A silver long sword hung on his slender waist, and his long legs looked slender and elastic under the metal light armor. This beautiful policewoman, after putting on this set of swordsman armor, her curvy and perfect figure is even more vividly displayed. She moved her graceful figure and rushed to Qin Feng first. Her eyes widened and she looked him up and down. Boss, do you admit that you killed Xin Fei? Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of the oncoming girl and smiled lightly. What, you want to arrest me? Anyu pointed to the top of his head. Look at my code name. Her code name in the God Abandoned game is Justice Execution. Qin Feng glanced at her code name, then looked at her pretty figure, and asked playfully, then who do you think is righteous, me or Xin Fei? Originally, Anyu was a bit serious. But when Qin Feng asked, the pretty policewoman suddenly smiled. Don't worry, we checked the surveillance recordings and found out that both Song Fei and Zhong Li are plotting against you, and Dajiang Industry has also arrested many players to do it to them. Working is illegal detention. When Qin Feng heard this, he understood the current official attitude. Obviously, without being able to find out his true identity, even if the officials wanted to catch him, they would not be able to catch him. We can only maintain cooperation with him for the time being. As for what will happen next, Qin Feng is not sure. After all, in his last life, when he cooperated with the authorities, there were no black spots. But in this life, he directly killed Song Fei and Zhong Li, which would bring some changes. The official can't encourage you to kill indiscriminately in reality, right? Let's see how much change my rebirth can bring to this era of God-forsaken games. Qin Feng thought lightly. Next comes the transaction. Qin Feng displayed all the gold level and platinum level equipment in his backpack. Due to Wang Meng and Anyu's official background, they wanted equipment and skill books no matter what profession they were in. It was more convenient and faster for Qin Feng to sell things to them. The most important is, the official lifespan is enough. Platinum level equipment, platinum level skill book. When Wang Meng, Anyu and others saw what Qin Feng took out, they were shocked. They knew that Qin Feng was very powerful and had killed the gold level boss for the first time. But, platinum level, the first kill of this level boss has not even been released yet. How is it possible to have several platinum level items? Ah, platinum level equipment skills. Let me see, is there anything I can use? White Bird Priest. Ji Yu Yishui's pretty little face also came up to her, with a look of surprise on her face. She was wearing a pure white priest's robe, shining with a faint silver light. Her similarly graceful figure gave people a holy and flawless feeling, which was completely different from Anyu's style. It can be seen that during this period of time, Wang Meng and his team still killed the silver level boss. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so much silver level equipment on them. But compared with Qin Feng's inventory, the equipment they have is completely rubbish. For a moment, Wang Meng and others were all stunned. Platinum level equipment, skill books, where did this come from? Chapter 51. Facing the doubts of Wang Meng and others, Qin Feng said casually, I'm not lucky, I found some treasure chests. He looked at Ji Yu Yishui, who looked like a curious baby. Xiaoshui knows, I have even opened a jade level skill book myself. Ji Yu Yishui nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Yeah, I saw with my own eyes the emerald treasure chest opened by the boss. But these are several platinum level things, do you think this is luck? This little beauty cried with envy. At this time, Lin Liu, a beautiful legal profession wearing a black robe, also known as the Prophet, was leaning on a dilapidated stone pillar nearby, with his slender legs crossed together, and his body curves were perfect and alluring. She chuckled. When you call me, you are Xiaoshui, and when you call me, you are Xiaohe. Oh. Qin Feng glanced at her. Who asked you to be Hybulin Dailizy? It's okay if I don't call you Xiaohe. Let's call you Xiaohezi. Lin Liu. Wang Meng's team, 3 beautiful girls, all seem to have a good relationship with Qin Feng. Among them, Ji Yu Yishui joined this team because of Qin Feng. In addition to Wang Meng and the 3 women, there is also a young sharp-eyed shooter and a middle-aged min-card master. The 2 of them were filled with emotion when they looked at the gold and platinum level materials that Qin Feng brought out. There is really no comparison between people. Indeed, we worked hard to kill a silver boss, but the boss just opened platinum and emerald level treasure chests. Then came the price negotiation. Wang Meng is just a member of the armed police, while Anyu is the squad leader. In terms of rank, Anyu is the captain of this team. But this policewoman's sister has a bit of a dull personality, and she only knows how to be reckless when fighting. Therefore, in the God-abandoned game, Wang Meng is the core character in the battle. Any other aspects are the responsibility of Anyu. This platinum level shooter skills book is priced at 2,500 days. This platinum level berserker weapon is priced at 1,500 days. This, Qin Feng has been working hard for 9 years and knows prices well. Set a price for each item. Among them, the price of platinum level items made Wang Meng and others take a breath of cold air. According to current prices, a lifespan of 1 to 2,000 days is equivalent to 2 to 30 million in cash. Shadow really dares to ask for a price. But you must know that platinum level things are the only ones in the world. Even if someone could encounter the blessing of an ancient god in the wild and be lucky enough to assemble a platinum or emerald level treasure chest, the number would be extremely small. 20 to 30 million in cash can be used to buy a platinum level skill book or a piece of platinum level equipment. At this stage, there are definitely many consortiums and even officials rushing to get it. In this era where the God-forsaken game is coming and the rules of the world are about to change, any country or force wants to take more combat power into its own hands as soon as possible. Why did cash collapse in the last life? This is the official fate of each country that issues currency, buying up lifespan on a large scale. When cash collapsed and lifespan became a new global hard currency, countries around the world also gained a foothold in the new era because of their aggressive acquisition of lifespan. Qin Feng didn't know how much life and you had in his body now. But it is definitely enough to buy his platinum level and gold level things. After Qin Feng marked the price, he calculated and said, there are 25 pieces in total, and the total price is 16,500 days. I'll give you a discount of 16,000. Okay. Anyu nodded directly in agreement. Wang Meng on the side looked depressed. No, Captain N, you can give him whatever he says. You are not allowed to bargain. Anyu's beautiful eyes showed surprise. Huh. Is this still a bargain? I think the price is quite fair. After saying that, he happily initiated a transaction with Qin Feng. By the way, I also paid back the debts owed by Wang Meng and Ji Yu Yishui, which was very generous. Wang Meng and others saw this, and the corners of their mouths twitched. Quote. Qin Feng didn't expect this girl to be so upright. In fact, he left some room for bargaining, and in the end, the girl accepted it directly. Of course, if they buy these things at this price, they will never lose money. After all, equipment can be resold later. As for the skill book, how much can it speed up leveling after learning it? Now that the God-abandoned game has arrived, level and strength are everything. After a while, the transaction is completed. Ji Yu Yishui got 2 pieces of gold-level priest equipment and smiled from ear to ear. This girl, who originally planned to play alone, is not very willing to form a team. The result is now so delicious. The official paid for the equipment she needed directly. Of course, she only has the right to use these 2 pieces of golden equipment. When the equipment is replaced, she will have to return it to the official. But this is fun enough. As for Qin Feng, having a lifespan of 16,000 days is also a great harvest. When the tradable lifespan of the body exceeds 10,000 days, the default display unit of lifespan becomes year. If you want to see the specific days, you can view the details. It has 60 years of trading life. Converted into days, that's 22,000 days. It can be said that this is a huge sum of money. If it were sold for cash now, it would be equivalent to 3 to 4 billion. Even for Zhanghai city officials, this is a huge expense. However, the hidden income brought to the official by this transaction far exceeds 300 million. With this batch of equipment and skill books, how many teams will Zhonghai City officials have that can develop ahead of schedule? Gone. Qin Feng planned to leave. Anyu stretched out her little hand and pulled his cuffs. Hey, wait. Dajiang Industrial has imprisoned several players, and we are planning to rescue them. Do you want to join the rescue, boss? Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard this. Is this because the official wants to recruit him? Are you planning to clear up the fact that he killed Seinfeld? However, Qin Feng doesn't have the time to save people. What's more, it's impossible for him to reveal his true identity at this stage. I'm an assassin, and you want me to save people. Qin Feng shook his head, but I have a piece of advice. If you want to take action, hurry up. As long as the God's Abandonment game reaches level 10, you can extract the game's abilities into reality. You should understand what this means. Hearing Qin Feng's words, the expression on An Yuchao's face changed slightly. She nodded nervously. I understand. Dajiang Industrial is also acquiring lifespan. Once their people reach level 10 and extract their gaming abilities, our actions will encounter greater resistance. As long as you understand, let's go. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he turned and left. Anyway, in 2 hours, the whole world will know about this. Telling the official the news in advance can be regarded as a way to save face, so there is no harm in it. When he leaves, Anyu looked at the place where his figure disappeared, with solemnity on his pretty face. Wang Meng, next, we have to level up separately. Now, the 6 levels of our team are all very high. When we get together, we will kill monsters instantly and the damage will be overflowing. But being separated and each person leading a team can greatly improve our overall leveling efficiency. If you encounter the boss, you can contact us to guide us together. Anyway, let's get to level 10 first. Even though Anyu is a bit naive, he is still very capable in business. Under her arrangement, the strength of Zhonghai City's official players will increase at a faster rate, allowing them to better control the situation. Qin Feng left the abandoned church basement. He came to the Yingwo town square and set up a stall. The name of the stall was, Collect the coordinates of the silver boss in 30 days, and collect the coordinates of the gold boss in 100 days. As soon as he sat down, a familiar player came to him. The visitor is a shooter player. Qin Feng had met him once before when he was in Shell Town. It was the young shooter who was with Zhang Li, codenamed Old Mao. At first, Zhang Li offered 10 million to Qin Feng to upgrade, but Qin Feng refused. As a result, this old man ran over to contact Zhang Li and brought Zhang Li to an upgrade. I thought I could get a huge sum of 5 million. When he went to get the money, he was tied up by Dajiang Industrial's thugs and taken back to the basement of a villa and locked up. As a result, Mao Lijun was coerced and induced to give Dajiang Industrial a lifespan. If the life expectancy is too little, no food or drink will be given. This Mao Lijun was literally bursting into tears. Only then did he realize why Shadow didn't even ask for 10 million in the first place. It was so prescient. This is so fatal. After being kidnapped by Dajiang Industrial, Mao Lijun compromised. He was even willing to become Zhang Li's lackey and drag 2 more people over for Zhang Li. At this time, he just accepted Zhang Li's mission and waited for the Shadow in this small town of Yingwo. Shadow, Lao Mao, wearing a green leather armor, came to Qin Feng's stall, glanced at him, and said with a smile, Our eldest lady said, as long as you are willing to help her upgrade, the eldest lady can give you 300 million plus Dajiang Industrial's shares. How many times in your life can you have this kind of opportunity? I advise you to cherish it. Hearing Mao Lijun's words, Qin Feng looked at him like a fool. Is this guy probably not aware that Zhang Li is already dead? He only said one word, get out. Quote? Mao Lijun froze on the spot. He didn't expect that 300 million, plus Dajiang Industrial shares, couldn't impress Shadow. Although he was very reluctant, he still ran away in despair. He just heard that Shadow killed Seinfeld in reality, and he did it quietly. How dare he stay and talk nonsense? But he only knew that Song Fei was dead, but he didn't know that Zhang Li was dead. After all, he is actually imprisoned and has no access to outside information. In the abandoned game, the only thing he heard others chatting about was Seinfeld's death. As for Zhang Li, who is she? After Mao Lijun left, he did not give up completely. He also wanted to find an opportunity to invite Shadow over, otherwise he would not be able to complete the task and would be whipped. At this moment, he heard several people discussing quietly next to him. Oh no, Shadow actually appeared. Didn't he just kill Seinfeld? It's not just Seinfeld. It is said that there is also a little beauty who was destroyed by his cruel hands and was instantly killed. Huh, isn't this too wasteful? What a waste of your sister. It is said that the woman is the eldest lady of Dajiang Industrial, her name is Zhang Li. I originally planned to catch Shadow in reality and give her a lifespan, but she was killed on the spot. Hiss. How did Shadow do it? God knows. It must be a problem of God abandoning the game. This world is going to change. Let's upgrade as soon as possible. What? Zhang Li is dead. Hearing these people's discussion, Mao Lijun felt like a bolt from the blue. He stood frozen on the spot, feeling unbelievable. He didn't feel much about Seinfeld's death. After all, Seinfeld and him had nothing to do with each other and were far apart. But Zhang Li, this is a woman that scares Mao Lijun. In a short period of time, Shadow killed Song Fei and Zhang Li. Or assassination. Mao Lijun had a creepy feeling. Shadow. Originally, he was laughing at Shadow for being stupid and not wanting the free 10 million, but in the end, the clown turned out to be himself. Fortunately, I didn't provoke the Shadow. Mao Lijun was scared. Death was originally very far away from him. But he never expected that Zhang Li, who was so arrogant and bossy in front of him, would be killed directly. He took one last look at Qin Feng's figure, trembling a little, and left in a hurry. Qin Feng didn't pay attention to Mao Lijun's appearance. To him, this was just an episode. When he set up his stall, he noticed that the players in Yingluo Town were a little scared and nervous when they saw him. Some girls did not even dare to pass in front of him for fear of being noticed by him. It seems that many people already know that Seinfei was killed by him. However, Qin Feng didn't care. At this point in time, there are already old people entering the game. But they are all assigned to the small town behind. I will definitely not see them here. In another 2 hours, others will reach level 10. By then, they will be ready to head to the mainland. Qin Feng was not in a hurry. Before heading to the God-abandoned continent, you can first acquire a full set of gold and platinum equipment in the initial town. After all, once it passes, there are so many things Qin Feng can do. After a while, 2 players wearing black robes came to Qin Feng's stall. I have the coordinates of Silver Boss here. At the same time, Qin Feng was preparing to brush more boss. In the city next door to Zhanghai, Magic City. The total population of Zhanghai City is more than 8 million. The population of Magic City has reached 35 million. So far, there are more than 700 initial towns in the Zhanghai City area, and a total of more than 700,000 people have entered the God-abandoned game. This number will soar in the evening, quickly exceeding 5 million, and has been by the time all adults get into the game. In comparison, Magic City has a larger population. There are already more than 4,000 initial towns in the Magic City area, and they are still increasing at an extremely fast rate. It's in a small town in the Magic City area. There is a team that is quite eye-catching. It was a woman wearing wind-scorched leather armor, and she was accompanied by 5 foreign men, 3 of whom had white skin and 2 of whom had dark skin. That woman looked very close to the 5 of them, talking and laughing. It is Qian Shishi, the daughter of the chairman of the Qian group. Originally, Qian Shishi was planning to take a flight to North America, but God abandoned the game came and the flights were grounded. She contacted 5 foreign men in the Magic City area and entered the God abandonment game together. Soon, she spent the group's money to buy a lot of lifespan, and then replaced it with equipment and skill books, which improved the strength of her and the 5 foreign men. At this time, Qian Shishi walked in the town with the 5 people, looking at the players around her who were avoiding her. She smiled disdainfully. Look at these Daxia men, each one is as weak as a bed bug. Tony, it's still your North America. The man is charming. The white man, Tony, on the side of the plane smiled and said, Miss Qian, you are discerning. We are naturally much better than these Daxia men. On the other hand, we are also very strong. Let's return to reality in a moment. You can have a good experience. Qian Shishi giggled. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. At this time, she thought of someone. Correct. Qian Shishi suddenly said calmly, I just heard that useless thing Seinfeld was killed. I played with him once before, and he was gone in a minute. He is really a waste. The shadow in Zhonghai City can kill Song Fei, so it should be easier for him to kill an ordinary person, right? Everyone, I'm going to log off and make a call first, asking someone to contact Shadow and help me kill someone in Zhonghai City. The person she wants to kill. Of course it's Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng repeatedly refused her invitation to play, and did not give her any face, which made her very unhappy. In her opinion, it is his honor that she can like a Daxia man. Just an employee of a subsidiary company. Dare you refuse her? Since you won't give me face, then you can die. Of course, it would be a waste to spend a lot of money to kill you. The key is to make friends with Shadow. Although he is a Daxia man, he is the number one in the world after all. I can barely get to know you. Just a moment. Qian Shishi's mouth curled up slightly, thinking she was strategizing. But she didn't know that the Qin Feng she wanted to kill was actually Shadow. Asking someone to hire Shadow to assassinate Qin Feng, is he killing himself? Qin Feng naturally didn't know about this. Just as he was preparing to hunt boss everywhere. On the other side, Qin Xiaoyu, who had been rejected by him as a gift, had fallen into an emo state. I wanted to make a clean break with Qin Feng, sever the relationship, and then get close to Shadow. Result: the situation was completely different from what she imagined. At this time, Qin Xiaoyu was in a bad mood. What's funny is that when Qin Xiaoyu severed the relationship with Qin Feng, she wasn't as uncomfortable as she is now. Finally, the God-abandoned game reminded her that in reality her physical hunger level reached 90% and she should eat. Only then did she react and ask Chuyan to log off together. I wanted to order takeout. But the advent of the God-abandoned game has caused many stores to close and even have no riders left. Only then did Qin Xiaoyu think of Qin Feng. In the past, at home, Qin Feng prepared delicious food for her every time, and it was all what she liked to eat. She didn't need to use her hands at all, and she didn't even need to use her brain. She just ate. But now, cut off the relationship. For a moment, Qin Xiaoyu was not used to it. But soon, she gritted her teeth and said, it's just eating. Compared with freedom, it's nothing. At this time, Qin Feng had already forgotten Qin Xiaoyu. Just over an hour later, he had received the coordinates of 4 silver level bosses, and went there one after another to kill the 4 silver level bosses one after another. Every kill can bring him 16 evolution points. Including the trophies taken out by greedy hands, if all were sold to the official, the average profit of each silver level boss would reach 4,000 days of tradable life. More than an hour later, Qin Feng returned to Yingwo town with a full load. He contacted the official contact person and sold the silver level and gold level equipment skill books in his backpack to the other party. I took a look at the inventory. Tradable life, 105 years. This is a tradable lifespan of nearly 40,000 days. You can extract a lot of things. But there's no rush. Qin Feng checked his whole body equipment. His whole body is now equipped with at least gold level equipment. The weapon is the platinum level, ghost ship dual swords. Clothes, gold level, wisp of fire leather armor. Wrist guards, gold level, thick red leather gloves. A necklace, believer's pendant gold 2 rings, ring of the curse gold, and ring of lightness platinum. After defeating these 4 silver bosses, Qin Feng also replaced his original bronze leggings and inferior shoes. Ephemeral leather leggings gold assassin type armor. Physical defense plus 1-5, all elemental resistance plus 1-2. Cooling speed plus 35%. Equipment requirements, level 8. Boots of concealment gold assassin armor. Invisibility time plus 20%. Movement speed while invisibility plus 30%, invisibility breaking attack plus 3-5. Equipment requirements, level 9. After replacing these 2 pieces of equipment, Qin Feng's stealth ability is even stronger. The cooling speed has also been increased from 55% to 75%. Instant Shadow Slash, which originally had a 12-second cooldown, now only takes 6.8 seconds, and its output capability has further increased. Now I have 28,000 experience points. When you have 50,000 experience points, you can advance to your career for the first time. Before going to the mainland, you must advance to your profession and reach level 3 of invisibility. Qin Feng has a plan in mind. There is no platinum level boss in the initial town. But after going to the mainland, Qin Feng will definitely kill the platinum level boss for the first time. The platinum level boss has at least level 2 anti-stealth level, so if Qin Feng does not increase the level of invisibility to level 1, Qin Feng will have some trouble dealing with the platinum level boss. After all, the platinum level boss is designed for the team to conquer. Usually only 30 or 40 people would consider dealing with this existence. At this time, when Qin Feng returned to the town square, a young man with sly eyebrows ran over to him. "Are you Shadow? I have an assassination order here, do you want to take it?" "Don't worry, the reward will not be less for you." The young man lowered his voice and said furtively. Qin Feng glanced at him, turned around and left. As a result, the young man with triangular eyes became a little anxious. "Wait, don't go. Just kill an ordinary person named Qin Feng, and I will give you the address. You even killed Xin Fei. This matter is very difficult for you. Easy." As soon as these words came out, Qin Feng stopped. "Kill Qin Feng. Good guy." Qin Feng glanced at the other party and asked, "This man has offended you, why did you pay so much to kill him?" The young man with triangular eyes looked around and whispered, "Don't worry about it. You will be rewarded anyway. As long as it is completed, I will give you a lifespan of 3,000 days. 3,000 days, the current price is almost equal to 50 million. The other party's bid was quite high. Obviously, it's not because Qin Feng is difficult to kill, but because of Shadow's status as the #1 in the world. Interesting. Who wants to kill me? Or hire Shadow to kill me?" Qin Feng wanted to laugh a little, but in this situation, it was obvious that someone wanted to harm him. Qin Feng was sure that he had never seen the young man with triangular eyes in front of him, so he was probably just an errand boy. There is someone else who really wants to kill Qin Feng. At this time, there are only a few people who have a problem with me and can offer such a high price. If it was Shadow's identity, there would be a lot of people offended. But, Qin Feng, this real identity, shouldn't be targeted so early. So, this is the grudge before the advent of the God-abandoned game. Is it Qian Shishi? Qin Feng quickly thought of her. The daughter of the chairman of the Qian group, a woman who plays wildly with foreigners and has parties every day. Qin Feng thought about it and found that only this woman had the motive and financial resources to hire someone to kill him. "Good guy, I haven't found you yet, but you found me first." Qin Feng felt outrageous. He knew exactly what this woman was thinking. This order was purely for the purpose of getting to know Shadow. As for getting rid of Qin Feng, that was just a matter of convenience. Otherwise, if you really want to kill him, even before the advent of God's abandoned game, Qian Shishi's ability is not without means. There is no need to wait until now and spend as much as 50 million. After thinking of this, Qin Feng glanced at the young man with triangular eyes and said, "Okay, I'll take the order and pay half of the deposit first. In addition, I have the final say when I do it." The young man with triangular eyes was surprised when he heard this. "You agreed? It's just half of the deposit. I have to ask the boss for instructions." Soon, the triangular-eyed young man initiated a transaction invitation. Sure enough, it has a lifespan of 1,500 days. For Qin Feng, this lifespan is nothing, but it should not be wasted. Soon, the transaction is completed. Qin Feng showed a playful smile and thought to himself, the deposit has been collected first. But the person I want to kill is not Qin Feng, but you, Qian Shishi. Mean, shameless. Qin Feng doesn't care about any of this. For him, he only had to do two things. First, become stronger. Second, let the enemies go to hell. After accepting the 1,500-day lifespan, the young man with triangular eyes sent the address of Qin Feng. The impression of the landscape is really where I live. Qin Feng turned around and left calmly. Qian Shishi was originally his next target. Now it seems that we need to kill this woman earlier. After all, in reality, the only person who threatens Qin Feng is this woman. Immediately afterwards, he continued to set up a stall and acquired the boss coordinates. The time now is around 6 o'clock in the evening. Players in many places have reached level 9, one step away from level 10. When the number of level 10 players in Zhonghai City reaches 7, Qinfeng will leave the initial town as soon as possible and head to the mainland. Compared with the daytime, the atmosphere in the town is obviously different now. Since Yingwo Town is a relatively early town, the level of local players is relatively high, and many fixed small groups have been formed. A female player wearing silver armor came to Qinfeng with a pair of long legs, 3 steps at a time. "Brother, I have the coordinates of a golden boss here. Do you want to take it?" The female player's voice is quite nice. To be precise, it's a bit hot. Qinfeng looked up and saw a good-looking female player whose profession should be a warrior. She is tall, has good looks, a typical oval face, and especially those eyes that seem to be electric. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is her code name, Milky White Snow. "All I can say is that he is a talent," Qinfeng said calmly. "In 100 days, I will pay when I see the boss." The female player pointed in the direction of the north of the town. "Okay. Then come with me. I will take you there. The road is a bit far." Qinfeng stood up. "First of all, what is the name of the boss?" The other party thought for a while and said, "What can I call Plague Surrounder?" Qinfeng nodded. "Okay. The Plague Surrounder is indeed a gold-level boss, and it is more difficult to defeat. Especially for a lone wolf like Qinfeng, it is even more difficult. Because this boss has a poisonous aura. As long as you stay within a certain range of it, you will continue to lose health points every second. If Qinfeng brushes alone, he will not be able to recover for the time being. To deal with this boss, you must kill it as quickly as possible." Of course, Qinfeng just has this confidence. When Qinfeng said yes, the long-legged girl hesitated and asked, "Can you do it alone? Do you want to bring a wet nurse? That boss has area of effect poison damage." Qinfeng shook his head. "No, just lead the way." If he wanted to bring a nanny, Qinfeng could just call Ji Yu Shui over. Priest Whitebird's healing and auxiliary abilities are definitely far beyond those of ordinary priests. But, as long as the damage is high enough and the boss is defeated, what kind of priest do you need? The damage of the Plague Surrounder is not enough to pose a great threat to Qinfeng, as long as it does not take advantage of its single-target skills. Soon, Milk White Snow led the way. Qinfeng followed. "I have to say, this woman walks with great taste. One word, enchanting." Walking along the river outside the town, the two soon came to the entrance of a cave. Milky White Shuizi pointed to the cave. "The boss is in the cave. All the mobs have been cleared by my team, but the boss, if you can't beat me, I'll take you in." She continued to walk ahead. In the cave, there are some stones that emit weak light and are embedded in the stone walls, allowing people to barely see the way inside the cave. Soon, we came to a wide cave the size of a football field. Qinfeng saw a gray-brown dry tree trunk appearing in the middle of the cave. The dry tree trunk exudes gray-brown gas within 50 meters. Once it gets close, it will suffer poison damage of 1% of the health value per second. If I remember correctly, this poison damage can be dodged. Then the 75% dodge of Ghost Blur is very useful. Qinfeng briefly recalled the skills of this boss. He made a deal with the Milky White Shuizi, gave her 100 days of life, and then planned to take action. However, at this moment, the Milky White Shuizi stopped him with some hesitation. "Hey, brother. I have something to remind you. Actually, this is a trap. As long as you start fighting, someone will come to kill you soon. I remember they have 2A super anti-hidden prop. Qinfeng has already disappeared." After hearing this, his voice came from the cave in front. "It doesn't matter." The Milky White Shuizi said helplessly, "This is not the key. The key is, in the plan, I will stop those people, and then take the opportunity to get to know the big brother. Finally, I will find an opportunity to detect your real-life information." Qinfeng was a little speechless. What kind of bullshit plan is this? Milk White Shuizi, "Brother, I have a showdown with you. Don't bear grudges against me. Find the person behind me." It seems that Qinfeng still has some deterrence when he kills Song Fei. At least this woman did not dare to provoke Qinfeng, but instead explained the situation honestly to Qinfeng. Qinfeng returned. "Appear next to her and ask her, who is behind you?" The female warrior was holding a long knife in her hand. She looked a little tangled, but she finally made up her mind. It's Dongfang Xian. The gods abandoned game ID. Shanyan said that he was killed by you once. Brother, if you can kill Xin Fei, you must be able to kill him, right? I'm going to show you off like this, but you can't betray me. It's best to kill Dongfang Xian, otherwise I'll be miserable. Dongfang Xian, Shanyan. Qin Feng remembered it and had a slight impression. Isn't this the leader of the group of players who wants to steal his golden ghost ship, boss? Later, I gave him a book on the chisel skill, pretending to ask for forgiveness, but ended up doing this little trick behind my back. I didn't seem to have heard of this guy in my last life. Either it didn't develop, or it was killed early on. Think about it. In the early stages of this game, you go around grabbing monsters and provoking others. It would be weird if you don't get killed. There is another name on Qin Feng's death list. He said to the milky white Shuizi, then you use your plan and let their people come over. Qin Feng hasn't killed anyone in the game for a long time. The blooming curse didn't even work. It's better to have more people. Qin Feng can gain more life. It's okay, brother. The milky white Shuizi nodded quickly in agreement. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng killed the level 10 gold boss, the Plague Surrounder. Since the battle needed to be resolved quickly, Qin Feng directly activated the active effect of Gift Release. Then the shadow slashes instantly. Countless sword lights burst out and bloomed on that dry tree trunk in an instant. Minus 2118. Minus 2118. Minus 6345 weakness attack. Comma. In the center of the Plague Surrounder's trunk, there is a strange smiley face. The two eye marks on the smiley face are both weaknesses. Due to the weakness amplification effect of the Gift of Liberation, 1/3 of the strikes of this instant shadow slash hit the weak point. And the active effect of the legendary Gift of Liberation is throat cutting. Causes 150% additional damage per second for 3 seconds. Equivalent to a total of 450% additional damage. Qin Feng used a Gift of Relief plus instant shadow slash. 3 seconds later, the boss's health bar was only 1/3 left, and a single skill caused a total damage of more than 80,000. Seeing this scene, the female warrior, Milk White Yukiko's pupils shrank instantly. What the hell? With one skill, you can knock out 2/3 of the gold level boss's health. As that human being, seeing this explosion, the girl could hardly believe her eyes. Gold level boss. It is said that when the BOSS was found, Dongfang Xian called for 3 teams and 18 people came over. As a result, just half a minute into the fight, the team was wiped out. The tank can't resist it, and the nanny can't nurse it. The boss's continuous poison damage is too high. The most important thing is that 3 teams of 18 people besieged the boss together. Until the team was finally wiped out, they only lost less than 5% of the boss's health. And now, as soon as Shadow takes action, the boss's health plummets by 2/3. What the hell? Are we playing the same game? The milky white Shuizi started swearing, looking at the boss's health bar, her beautiful eyes widened. But what she didn't know was, after Qin Feng finished using a skill, in just 3 seconds, he had retreated from the boss and was 50 meters away from the boss. The active effect of Gift of Liberation now has a cooldown of 25 seconds. With a 75% cooldown speed bonus, the final cooldown is 14.3 seconds. In other words, after waiting for another 14.3 seconds, Qin Feng can kill the boss. But Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He was hiding aside, waiting for Dongfang Xian's people to come and send their lives. As for the boss, it was just a tree trunk. When Qin Feng was invisible and couldn't find the target, the boss kept spraying poison in place. Various green and gray poisonous mists emerged from the tree trunks and spread towards the surroundings. Some venom also erupted, sprinkling around in pools. These injuries, even if Qin Feng eats them now, will result in death or injury. Not to mention other players. If you really want to kill the Plague Surrounder by force, you must at least have a team with a full set of silver equipment, and the nanny must have more skills, otherwise it will be impossible to compete head-on. And now those players, not to mention silver equipment, don't even see a few bronze equipment. Moreover, most players do not have all the normal equipment. That's it, you still want to fight the gold level boss. Soon, outside the cave passage, there was a series of messy footsteps. It should be the person who is prepared by the other party. Prepare everything for me. Enter the cave and kill the boss. Anyone who blocks your path will be killed without mercy. The leader's voice sounded a bit familiar. Qin Feng hid himself aside and looked at it through the dim light in the cave, feeling happy. It's Tetsuo. Is this guy still hanging out with Dongfang Xian? It seems that you have been killed by me several times and you still refuse to accept it. But their plan is to ask the milk white Shuizi to help me stop this group of people and take the opportunity to get close to me. Qin Feng is still a little confused. How powerful is this milky white Shuizi? Tetsuo brought more than 10 people in, could she really stop him? Qin Feng soon found out. I saw this woman reaching out and taking out a large shield, blocking Tetsuo and others in front. All go, gold level shield. This defense power, no wonder. Qin Feng was a little shocked. At this stage, it is impossible for this woman to kill the gold level boss. She may have encountered the blessing of an ancient god in the wild and opened a gold level treasure chest. When Tetsuo and his men rushed over, they saw the milky white Shuizi blocking the front. Attacks launched at her were blocked by her gold level shield. Each time she can only take down a maximum of 5 health points, and even most attacks cannot break through her defense. And she is now level 7. As a warrior, her blood volume is as high as over 2000. It will take at least a minute or two for Tetsuo and others to kill her. The main reason is that the passage is too narrow, and not many people can attack her at the same time. Qin Feng was too lazy to think about it. When Tetsuo and the others appeared, they appeared directly behind the milky white Yukiko. In the invisible state, a quick shadow slash. Now Qin Feng's shadow slash only needs a little more than 6 seconds to cool down. By the time Tetsuo and the others come over, it will have already cooled down. Immediately afterwards, countless swords flashed in the passage. There were more than 10 people on the other side, who happened to be crowded in this passage. Qin Feng used a skill to take them all in. -2412. -6597 weakness attack. -1978. Qin Feng looked back and saw only damage numbers filling the screen. But the vast majority of people died after jumping a damage number. There was only one Iron Man with relatively high health and defense. He survived one blow from instant shadow slash. However, Qin Feng's skill had a total of 9 blows. Just for a moment, Tetsuo and more than a dozen people were wiped out. Blooming curse. At this stage, Qin Feng is completely invincible in PvP in the game. After processing, raise your hand to release the flower blossom curse on Tetsuo and the others. Scarlet flowers bloomed one after another from the corpses in the field, and began to absorb their tradable lifespan. Brother, please add me as a friend. I will explain to Dongfang Xian later. Milk White Yukiko put away her shield, gasped and begged. She looked at the scarlet flowers everywhere and felt a creepy feeling. This invisible man in front of me is so terrifying. At this time, she was a little lucky. If she really listened to Dongfang Xian and approached Shadow to try to find out his real-life information, she would probably end up miserable. In fact, she was ready to listen to Dongfang Xian. But she saw the tragic scene of Seinfeld being killed. I got scared all of a sudden. If God's abandonment game could only give people lifespan, then she wouldn't be too worried. But now it is being rumored that God's ability to abandon the game is likely to be used in reality. Who cannot be afraid of the world's #1 assassin who comes and goes without a trace? Okay, Qin Feng agreed to the friend application. I will ask you later about Dongfang Xian's position in reality. Just tell me in private. The milky white Shuizi breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, I will wait. If you need services, you can come to me for free. Qin Feng almost couldn't hold back when he heard this. After a while, is this woman a coon? No wonder it's so hot. But having said that, this kind of woman is indeed more lethal to some Oedicus, critical and fatal. The gift of liberation. Instant shadow slash. Qin Feng returned to the boss room, bypassed several pools of green venom sprayed by the plague surrounder, and launched a combo. This boss only has 1/3 of its health left. Qin Feng has been in a stealth state, and he has been spraying poison on the spot. The surrounding area of 50 meters is full of poisonous mist and venom. Fortunately, Qin Feng's output is explosive. Kill him directly with 2 instant shadow cuts. You killed the Plague Surrounder LV10 gold level. You have gained 10,000 experience points. You have gained 7 evolution points. You have gained 555 days of life tradable. The gray-brown tree root fell to the ground, exploding into a pile of loot. What a poor man. Qin Feng couldn't help but complain. Of course, he was not talking about this boss, but Tetsuo's dozen or so people. This gold level boss has not yet used greedy hands, and has been given a tradable lifespan of 555 days. As for Tetsuo and the others, Qin Feng used the blooming curse to drain their lifespan, which only lasted for more than 300 days. As for the non-tradable lifespan, this group of people should be almost gone, right? It's already like this. If you don't calm down and kill monsters, you'll even come out to cause trouble. I'm convinced. Qin Feng naturally had no sympathy for this group of people. After sending the milky white Shuizi away, he returned to the boss corpse and released his greedy hand. Qin Feng is still looking forward to the drop of the gold level boss. Because platinum level items are almost guaranteed to drop. When a pile of loot was found around the boss, Qin Feng picked it up and his eyes suddenly lit up. I haven't seen the assassin skill book for a long time. This time, another book is finally released. Qin Feng checked the skill book in his hand. Darkest Hour, Platinum Level, Assassin Skills. Use the blade in your hand to erupt with dark light, blinding all enemies within range. Cooldown 60, 34.3 seconds. Requirement level. Level 10. Range. 20 meters. Basic duration. 10 seconds. The higher the target's mental attributes, the shorter the duration. Simply put, this is a blinding skill. Isn't this just in line with my professional characteristics? As long as I blind the enemy, even if I am not invisible, I can still trigger double damage. Of course, this blindness state can be dispelled. If it is PvP, you have to pay attention to whether the opponent has a nanny with group dispersion skills, or an auxiliary profession such as a paladin or a priest. If used to fight boss, it is still relatively easy to use. Even if the boss's mental attributes are relatively high, against a boss of the same level, it will still be no problem if it lasts for 3 to 5 seconds. There is just one thing to note. Boss is resistant to the same negative effects. If the first blinding lasts for 5 seconds, the second time will probably only last for 3 seconds, and the third time will be even shorter. Study. Qin Feng will learn the Darkest Hour skill. In addition, he also found a higher level platinum level assassin weapon from the corpse of the Plague Surrounder. Plague Blade Platinum Assassin Weapon. Attack power plus 216, agility plus 42. Weakness attack multiplier plus 0.3. Equipment requirements. Level 10. Unique special effect. Any of your attacks will be accompanied by poison. The poison will explode after 3 seconds, causing 50% of the damage of the attack. The effect of this unique special effect is equivalent to increasing any damage by 50%. It just takes 3 seconds to settle. In comparison, the only special effect of Qin Feng's previous Ghost Ship Dual Swords was that each basic attack caused 2 damage. Currently I am not playing the basic attack style. Just put on the Plague Blade. Qin Feng changed his weapon. As for the platinum level Ghost Ship Swords, they are already artifact level weapons for other assassins. At this stage, there is a platinum level weapon that will at least double or even triple the output of other assassins. It won't be a problem to sell it for 3,000 days. Qin Feng took a look at the remaining trophies and saw that there were none that the assassin could use, so he collected them all. Then there are evolution points. The previous 4 silver level bosses, plus the gold level Plague Surrounder, and the occasional killing of mobs along the way, have allowed Qin Feng to accumulate 98 evolution points. The damage is enough for now, and there is no rush to evolve in the Darkest Hour. You can save it first and continue to evolve the epic Greedy Hand to the legendary level. Qin Feng checks the skill list. Latent Shadow Platinum Evolution requires 13 points. Back Strike Enhancement Emerald Evolution requires 21 points. Greedy Hand Epic Evolution requires 210 points. Poison Dart Emerald Evolution requires 13 points. Instant Shadow / Epic Evolution requires 210 points. Ghost Blur Epic requires 80 points to evolve. Gift of Liberation Legendary level evolution requires 200 points. Blacklight Shield Epic evolution requires 50 points. In addition, there are 3 skills, Blossom Curse, Gouge, and Darkest Hour that have not evolved. Continue to spawn monsters, the number of bosses in each initial town is relatively limited. Qin Feng did not continue to collect the boss coordinates. The boss in Yingwo town has been almost killed, and it will take a long time to wait for the refresh. The difference is more than 10,000 experience points, so just farm the mobs. Qin Feng put on the Plague Blade, which had higher agility and faster speed, and reached the coastline in about 10 minutes. Continue to farm level 10 monsters. Each mob has 100 experience points. In total, killing more than 100 mobs will give him 50,000 experience points, which is enough for his first career advancement. It's a pity that the monsters in this God-forsaken game don't refresh infinitely and quickly like ordinary online games. Otherwise, it can be upgraded in minutes. It is not easy to find monsters on the map. For example, the Red Armored Man, in the form of a lobster, is difficult to spot with the naked eye and is basically stuck in the sand. That is, Qin Feng is alone. In the eyes of these monsters, they are all easy to bully. As long as you pass nearby, monsters will sneak up on you. Now that he is close, he will naturally be unable to leave, and will be killed instantly by Qin Feng. In this way, it lasted until 8:30 in the evening. Qin Feng finally gathered 50,000 experience points. It takes 100,000 experience to reach level 11, so don't rush. In contrast, these 50,000 experience points are used for the first professional advancement, and the improvement in strength is even more obvious. Your shadow career has advanced. Current. Level 0 right pointing arrow level 1. Professional attribute bonus. Strength 3 right pointing arrow 9, Constitution 3 right pointing arrow 9, Agility 8 right pointing arrow 24, Spirit 5 right pointing arrow 15. Professional passive 1. Invisibility duration doubled. New. Can use stealth skills in stealth state. Professional passive 2. +1 right pointing arrow +2 stealth level. Professional passive 3. If you are not within the enemy's sight when launching an attack, the damage of the attack will be doubled 2x damage right pointing arrow 3x damage. You won't get far in the God-abandoned game just by upgrading, improving equipment and skills. Because the level is difficult to upgrade, and there are upper limits for equipment and skills. After level 10, professional advancement is also a key part of improving your strength. Originally, Qin Feng's shadow career attribute bonuses were Strength 3, Physique 3, Agility 8 and Spirit 5. When his career advances to the first level, the attribute bonuses are tripled. What's more critical is the passive improvement of the 3 professions. Finally, seamless invisibility is possible. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he saw the new effect of the first professional passive. Originally, all invisibility skills could not be used while the invisibility lasted. In other words, even if the duration of invisibility is greater than the cooling time, the invisibility skill must be released after the invisibility ends. But now, Qin Feng can release his stealth skills while in stealth state. In other words, as long as he doesn't attack now, he is permanently invisible. As the only hidden profession, Shadow may seem average in the early stage, but its ability in the later stage is definitely not weak. Qin Feng is quite optimistic about the prospects of this profession. This profession has been upgraded once, and as expected, a level of invisibility has been added. Not only that, the damage of attacks outside the field of vision has also been increased from double to triple. The damage is higher. I'm about to head to the mainland to find a platinum level boss for the first kill. Qin Feng glanced at the time. At 8:30 p.m., at this time, many players have already reached level 10. However, what surprised Qin Feng was that besides him, the ones who reached level 10 first were not the North American players in his memory from the previous life, but players from Zhonghai City, and there are several level 10s at once. Of course, these level 10 players are all familiar faces. Not bad. It seems that I sold so many equipment and skill books, which is also beneficial to myself. The faster the players in Zhonghai City upgrade, the sooner I can go to the mainland. Qin Feng smiled. Just as his career advancement was completed, a prompt came from the system. The number of level 10 players in the Zhonghai City area has reached 7, and the passage to the God's abandoned continent is finally open. Any player who reaches level 10 can return to the town and teleport one way to the God-abandoned continent. Just as Qin Feng was on his way back to the town. The whole world has changed drastically in this short period of time. Within Zhonghai City, including Qin Feng, there are exactly 7 players who have reached level 10. It seems that Qin Feng is at level 10 like them, but he has 50,000 more experience than them for professional advancement. Many players may not be able to earn these 50,000 experience points in a day or two. Therefore, Qin Feng's development is actually several times that of other players. At the same time, players in other regions around the world have also reached level 10. In North America, in downtown Los Angeles, a former shooting game professional player reached level 10 first and announced a shocking news. The equipment, skills, levels of God-abandoned game. You can actually consume tradable lifespan and extract it into reality. And right after, a blonde female singer from Western countries also reached level 10 and announced the same news. In addition, there are Tianju, Cherry Blossom Country, Great Cold Country, Kangaroo Country, Woolly Bear Country. The same news comes from all over the world. Instantly set the world on fire. Fake squid. Extract the ability of God's abandoned game into reality. Is there such a good thing? When I reach level 10, I will start purchasing for 0 yuan immediately. So, the little star named Seinfeld in Daxia was indeed killed by Shadow. That's right, Shadow was the first to reach level 10, so he must have extracted the invisibility skill. It's too scary. Then he wants to kill people, not just randomly. Quickly extract the anti-stealth skills. Without the anti-stealth ability, this world will become a world of assassins. How is it possible that everyone can hide? We have to stick together. Wait a minute, then why did Shadow want to kill Seinfeld? It is said that it was because he had a conflict over the boss in the game. For a time, billions of people around the world fell into a state of panic. Officials in various countries have launched some emergency actions. The most important thing, of course, is to let the official police and military enter the game of God abandonment to level up as quickly as possible. Relying on the tradable life of large-scale acquisitions in the early stage, the officials of various countries still have a certain degree of control and will not lose control in a short time. In this moment of global panic, a piece of news came out from Daxia. Dajiang Industrial in Zhonghai City was cracked down in accordance with the law for suspected illegal detention, opening of casinos, organ trading, etc. At the same time, there is Seinfeld, who has had relationships with underage female fans many times, and even instigated fans to attract fans. The reason why Shadow wanted to kill Song Fei and Zhong Li was because he was commissioned by the official. On his way back to the town, Qin Feng had a little chat with the milky white Shuizi. When he learned about this, he was a little speechless. The official will really clear my name. Is it to make it easier to cooperate with me in the future? Qin Feng mourned for Song Fei and Zhong Li. But then again, the charges officially laid against Seinfeld and Dajiang Industry may not have been committed by them. It is very possible that they have actually done these things, but they have not been exposed before. All in all, these two are a thing of the past. Whether it was Seinfei or Dajiang Industrial, which was quite powerful in the previous life, they all became history at the beginning of this life. The official even took the initiative to come forward and clear Qin Feng's name. Dongfang Xian is now at level 7, don't you plan to log off? Okay, when he goes offline, you can contact me again and tell me his location. Qin Feng finished talking to the milky white Shuizi and closed the private chat window. He remained invisible, returned to the town, and came to the teleportation room under the square. Now his invisibility is smoother. There is no need to find a location like before, just wait for the latent shadow skill to cool down and use it directly to refresh the duration of the invisibility and easily achieve permanent invisibility. When he came to the teleportation room, he saw many players coming and going, but no other level 10 players. In Zhonghai City, there are currently 7 people who have reached level 10. Grey Rose, Ji Yu Yishui, Lin Liu, and the sharp-eyed shooters and card masters of Wang Meng's team. As for Wang Meng and An Yu, these two officials were delayed because they had many things to do, but they thought it wouldn't take long to reach level 10. After they reach level 10, they all have to rush back from the leveling point. It's definitely slower than me. Qin Feng had no intention of waiting for these people. Instead, he came directly to the teleportation array and chose to go to the God-abandoned continent. A lot of things I haven't been sold yet, but it doesn't matter. When you get to the mainland, you can find shelters and store your things in the shelters, which is a lot more convenient. Now, a special teleportation array appears in this teleportation room. In addition to the teleportation array between small towns, there is also a mainland teleportation array that can only be used by level 10 players. Many players were queuing up at the town teleportation array. Naturally, no one cares about the mainland teleportation array. Qin Feng stepped forward and started directly. Are you going to the God-abandoned continent? Whether Qin Feng chose yes. As a burst of white light lit up and surrounded him, the light from the activation of the teleportation array directly attracted the attention of everyone around him. The mainland teleportation array has been activated. Didn't you see anyone who teleported? Nonsense, of course it's the shadow boss. That's not right. I now have level 2 anti-invisibility level. Why can't I see him? Idiot, this means that the boss's invisibility level exceeds level 2. In the envious eyes of a group of players, the mainland teleportation array was activated, teleporting the invisible Qin Feng away directly. You know, the vast majority of players now are basically level 3 to 5. A few players can reach level 6 to 8. As for those who can reach level 10, there are only more than 100 in the world. In the eyes of ordinary people, let alone level 10, even level 6 or 7 is considered a boss. The gods abandoned the continent. This is a vast and ruined world. In the ruins of a city in the east, white teleportation light flashed, and an invisible existence came here. This is a city ruins with a radius of hundreds of kilometers. Sure enough, it's the same as in the last life. It's the ruins of Zhonghai City that I'm familiar with. Qin Feng remained invisible and appeared in the center of the city's ruins. He looked around and felt a little emotional when he saw the familiar scene. The ruins of dilapidated buildings are everywhere, and monsters can be vaguely seen wandering among the ruins. In the center of the ruins is a huge statue more than 10 meters high, an eyeless stone man. In fact, this is an epic boss, but it has not yet met the activation conditions. Players from each city will appear in the ruins of their respective cities when they come to the gods' abandoned continent. And the geographical location of these urban ruins is highly consistent with the location of the city in reality. As for what the place abandoned by the gods is, there have been too many speculations from too many people in the past 9 years, but none of them can be confirmed. The ruins of Zhonghai City. This is the place that will accommodate millions of players and be used as a base by millions of Zhonghai City players in the next 9 years. God abandoned the game, there is no warehouse, and NPCs are rarely seen. If you want to store items and develop a guild, you need a base, that is, a shelter. The ruins of Zhonghai City, the best refuge. This is the refuge of my god-slaying guild. Qin Feng did not stay in a daze, and quickly ran towards the northwest direction of the city ruins. In this life, he plans to monopolize the shelter with the best location and the largest space. Not long after he left, next to the eyeless stone man statue in the center of the ruins of the city, several more white lights lit up. Ji Yu Yishui, Lin Liu and others teleported over together. Wow, this ruins is so big. It is said that Brother Shadow has teleported here a few minutes ago. I wonder where he went. Be careful, there's a monster next to you, Xiaoshui. Because it is unclear how the gods abandoned the continent. Ji Yu Yishui, Lin Liu, and Wang Meng all made an appointment to teleport here together. As expected, as soon as their team of 6 teleported to the center of the ruins, 2 stone statue-like monsters appeared behind them and rushed towards them. Earthshaker LV-11. Grade: Ordinary. Although they were 2 little monsters, Wang Meng and the others did not dare to be careless at all. Raise your shield. Wang Meng, wearing gold-level armor and holding a silver-level shield, stopped in front of the 2 Earthshakers, on the spot. Others lined up behind him. The white owl on Ji Yu Yishui's shoulder flew out on the spot, emitting a white light that landed on Wang Meng, adding a layer of defensive blessing to him. Boom, boom, 2 humanoid stone statues, the Earthshakers, suddenly attacked. When they approached Wang Meng, they stepped on the ground and knocked Wang Meng away. At the same time, 2 heavy punches landed on Wang Meng's body. -512, -498. 2 astonishing damage numbers appeared from Wang Meng. Ji Yu Yishui frowned slightly. She raised her hand slightly, and the gold-level staff in her hand emitted a ray of light, and began to treat Wang Meng. At the same time, a fire range skill with an additional attack of 150 points was released from Lin Liu's hand, and a fireball fell from the sky, hitting both Earthshakers at the same time. -428. -428. Lin Liu's damage is considered top-notch among current players. After all, less than half of the equipment on her body is gold or even platinum-level equipment from Qin Feng. But compared with Qin Feng, it is still more than 1 level behind. After using 1 skill, he only defeated the mobs with about 1/10 of their HP. These monsters are eating and controlling, I'll control them. The card master in the team said in a deep voice. Xiao Ji Yu, let your owl fly to the sky to check the surrounding terrain and make sure there are no other monsters nearby. Ji Yu Yishui nodded, and the snow-white owl quickly flew into the sky. More than a minute later, they managed to kill the 2 mobs with some difficulty. The probing from Ji Yu Yishui made their faces look a little ugly. So, there is no safe zone in this place. Monsters everywhere. Besides, our battle just now attracted the attention of some monsters. For a moment, Wang Meng and others all realized. The God-abandoned game is completely unlike ordinary online games. Is this a survival game? Compared with Wang Meng and the others, Qin Feng was much more relaxed. Reaching level 3 invisibility allows him to easily shuttle among monsters. The monsters within the ruins of Zhonghai City are not too strong. The anti-stealth level is only level 2 at most. First establish a foothold in the ruins, find a shelter, and then explore the ruins to find some bosses to kill. Of course, Qin Feng did not waste his skill CD. When he passed some groups of monsters, he immediately shot Shadow Slash. Even without the active effect of the Gift of Liberation, the total damage of the 9 cuts of instant Shadow Slash can reach as much as 20,000 to 30,000. Dealing with these monsters is a complete instant kill. There are currently no other players in the entire ruins. There are monsters everywhere. For Qin Feng, it is completely heaven. He moved all the way towards the target location, killing ordinary monsters all the way, and his greedy hand rarely stopped. By the time he arrived at the target location more than 20 kilometers away, his evolution points had increased from 98 to 115. Moreover, he also picked up a higher level, Latent Shadow, skill. Skills with the same name have fixed levels. For example, Latent Shadow, this skill has a fixed, inferior, quality. But the same skills also have different levels. For example, what Qin Feng has obtained now is the level 10 feet Latent Shadow. Learning this skill book will cover my original level 1 Latent Shadow. But correspondingly, in order for the Latent Shadow in reality to be upgraded to level 10, more tradable lifespan needs to be added. With a bit of experimental nature, Qin Feng studied this skill book. You have learned, Latent Shadow level 10. Your Latent Shadow level 1 is covered. Latent Image Platinum. Requirement level 1 right pointing arrow 10. Enters invisibility state lasting 24 right pointing arrow 36 seconds. Invisibility breaking attack 150 right pointing arrow 300. Cooldown 22 12.6 seconds. The cooldown has not been reduced, but the duration of invisibility and the invisibility breaking attack have been greatly increased. Fortunately, although it is a low-quality skill book, my Latent Shadow has already evolved to Platinum level, so after overwriting, this skill is still Platinum level. Qin Feng looked at his attribute panel again. The current lifespan is 110 years, which is just over 40,000 days. When we deal with Dongfang Xian, let's extract the ability all at once. Qin Feng closed the properties panel. He hid his figure and looked at the ruins of residence that appeared in front of him. No one knows that underneath this ruins, there is an underground palace covering an area of more than 1,200 acres. This underground palace is about the same size as Zhonghai Normal University in real life. There are thousands of rooms for resting and dozens of lobby areas. If you can occupy this underground palace, no matter how much equipment or wealth you have, you can hold it. In the God Abandoned game, there are many such ready-made shelters. The official name is the Hideout. Of course, players can also find ways to build it themselves, but it requires a lot of materials. It is even more difficult to build a shelter covering 1,000 acres. However, if you want to occupy a larger hideout, you need to defeat a stronger guardian. I still remember in my last life, after I established the God-Slaying Guild, I gathered 3 teams of 18 people and raised them to level 15 before I came to build this palace. Qin Feng did not hesitate and found a staircase in the ruins and walked down the stairs. The target is a level 15 platinum level boss. There are many monsters and even mini-boss ranging from level 12 to 15 on the road. This underground palace was originally prepared for a strong team, but Qin Feng planned to explore it alone. When Qin Feng walked down the stairs for 15 meters, there was only darkness left around him. Suddenly, a stone door opened in front. When the hiding place is unoccupied and anyone comes, this stone door will open. But when a player occupies it, if others want to open this stone door, they can only destroy it violently. Calling devout believers. Qin Feng used the gold level believer pendant at the stone door to summon a silver level believer. Watch the door. This silver level devout believer, as a summon, has unlimited duration. As long as it is not killed, it will always exist. It's perfect for watching the door. Then, Qin Feng entered the stone gate invisible and heard a system prompt. You have arrived at the Pure Soul Place hideout. Defeat the area guardian and you will occupy this area. What caught Qin Feng's eyes was a spacious palace hall. In the hall, there are more than a dozen ordinary level 12 monsters wandering around. Surge Spirit, Overloaded Spirit, Burning Spirit. These are all consciousness bodies formed by the convergence of elemental energies. Darkest Hour. Qin Feng directly released the skill, and the plague blade in his hand released a black flash, causing all the surrounding mobs to fall into a state of blindness. First, he killed 7 or 8 of them in a straight line with a quick shadow slash. Then, taking advantage of the fact that these monsters were all blind, and throwing elemental attacks everywhere, Qin Feng accurately avoided the attacks, waved the plague blade in his hand, and launched normal attacks on these monsters. With the 3 bonuses of Profession, Weakness and Back Attack, Qin Feng can kill these level 12 mobs instantly with 1 strike at each weakness, causing nearly 3,000 damage. If it were another player, even for a team of elite players like Wang Meng, it would be extremely dangerous to encounter so many elemental monsters in a closed space. But Qin Feng, in an instant, a total of 15 elemental monsters were perfectly eliminated. Trophies and lifespan light balls are everywhere in the explosive hall. According to the number of monsters in this hiding place. After clearing the monsters in this place, I should have enough evolution points to evolve Hand of Greed again. Qin Feng is looking forward to this. There will be a qualitative change in skills from epic level to legendary level. I don't know what effects this greedy hand can have if it reaches the legendary level. Just when Qin Feng was about to kill through this underground palace, Wang Meng and others outside were already in the ruins of the city, driven away by the monsters everywhere. Go this way. There don't seem to be that many monsters here. Let's hide and don't make any noise. Wait, there are so many monster corpses in this yard. Led by Ji Yu Yishui's White Owl, a group of 6 people quickly arrived at the area that Qin Feng had just passed by. Because all the monsters in this area were just killed by Qin Feng. Looking down from the sky, this area is very clean. When Wang Meng and the other 6 escaped together, they saw pieces of monster corpses in the ruins here. Suddenly, the 6 people were shocked. These monsters that could drive them away were slaughtered like little chickens in front of the shadows. Originally, they knew that Shadow was very strong. But I didn't expect it to be so strong. There are no monsters around here for now, let's take it easy first. Ji Yu Yishui pursed her lips and said, making everyone sigh in relief. And you looked at the monster corpses everywhere and sighed with emotion, as expected of the Shadow boss. I thought we were strong enough, but in the end, we can only hide under the boss's crotch and tremble. Hearing her words, the other 5 people's expressions became a little strange. Wang Meng coughed. Captain N, cough, pay attention to your wording. Anu opened her beautiful eyes wide. Isn't my description appropriate? Relying on the buffer of the area that Qin Feng had cleared, Wang Meng and the others finally took a breath. It's too exaggerated. This god abandoned the continent. Why are there so many monsters? Fortunately, the boss cleared this area, otherwise, we might all have died. I think it's better for the 6 of us not to open up Wasteland for now. Let's wait until each of our team members reaches level 10 and come up and act together. I'm a little curious, if we die here, where will we be resurrected? Everyone chatted for a while and were already in awe of the ruins of the city. Those dozens of monsters just came surging forward. If they hadn't run so fast, they would all be corpses by now. Originally, the 6 of them led separate teams and brought many official players to level up. Now that we can come to the mainland, let's get together first and come over to explore the way. I didn't expect this place to be so dangerous. At this time, Ji Yu Yishui once again switched her perspective to her white owl. The owl flew into the sky and carefully inspected the nearby area, causing Ji Yu Yishui to take another breath of cold air. This monster is really dying piece by piece. Too fierce. Ah, wait a minute, there are gray lights under the corpses in front. Are there trophies that the boss didn't pick up? Ji Yu Yishui was surprised. When Anyu heard this, he guessed, is it because there are not enough spaces in the backpack? There is only one person in shadow. With such efficiency in killing monsters, there must be a lot of things that cannot be accommodated. Ji Yu Yishui nodded. There are a few gray things that I haven't picked up. Should we go there? Wang Meng said. Wait a moment, I'll contact Shadow. Qin Feng is cleaning up monsters all the way in the Pure Soul Land. When Zhengqing arrived in the 4th room, he received a private message from Wang Meng. Brother, we saw that you didn't pick up some things outside. We picked them up. How about paying you according to the price? Qin Feng quickly replied, okay. Due to the space ring and later a 7 storage backpack, he has a total of 34 storage spaces. But for Qin Feng, who has greedy hands, a 34-slot backpack is not enough. After fighting all the way, there were 5 pieces of gray and white inferior equipment that I didn't pick up. In fact, anyone who can reach level 10 and come to the God-abandoned continent will not be short of inferior equipment. As for the inferior skill books, Qin Feng picked them all up, and some of them were still useful. Those 5 pieces of inferior equipment. Since Wang Meng wants it and wants to pay, then give it to him. I will contact you again in an hour. I have a batch of equipment for sale. After Qin Feng said this, he closed the private chat window. Continue to clean up the Pure Soul place. His backpack was already full, and loot from monsters was scattered everywhere along the way, but he didn't care. After all, as long as he kills the platinum level boss, the entire underground palace will belong to him. As for before that, if someone comes to the entrance of the palace, Qin Feng can get an early warning. After all, there are silver-level devout believers guarding the door. Even if there are invisible players coming over, if they want to enter the Pure Soul Land, they have to open the stone door first, and they will be discovered by devout believers. When Qin Feng continued to clear monsters, Wang Meng and the others went offline first. Regarding the situation of the gods abandoning the mainland, they need to report to their superiors, not only to Zhanghai city officials, but also to the higher-level officials of Daxia Kingdom. More than half an hour later, not only Zhanghai city, but also many other cities around the world have also opened the passage to the continent abandoned by the gods. But, players teleported to the mainland, what comes out is not good news, but bad news one after another. When we Magic City players arrived on the mainland, it was a ruined city. We Chaoshan players are also. But it's not the same city ruins. It seems that players in each city have different destinations when they arrive on the mainland. The ruins of the city are full of monsters. I've died twice. I can't stand it anymore, so I have to log off first. We have to wait until there are more people before we can open up Wasteland, otherwise it will just be monsters torturing people. I'm a little curious, what's going on with the world's #1 shadow? Seeing as he is still at level 10, it must not be going well, right? At this moment, Qin Feng has finished cleaning up all the monsters in the underground palace of the Land of Pure Souls. A total of more than 40 halls, plus 1,000 small rooms, were all cleaned up by him. I killed more than 400 mobs alone. There are also 4 bronze level bosses and 2 silver level bosses. Together, they not only provide Qin Feng with more than 80,000 experience points, but also increase his evolution points to 205 points. With just over 80,000 experience points, the average player wouldn't be able to gain it for several days or nights. After all, the average player does not dare to provoke a large number of monsters, and can only slowly find a single one to kill. The efficiency can be imagined. It's 5 points away from evolving Greedy Hand. Just right, just kill the platinum level guard boss. Qin Feng heard the sound of elements converging, like the sound of electricity, coming from the center of the entire underground palace. Qin Feng stayed in this place for 9 years in his last life. What is familiar can no longer be familiar. He turned several intersections with ease and headed towards the center. Soon, they came to a large room that was originally closed. This room is about 30 meters long and wide. There is an altar in the middle. On the altar, there is an elemental monster surrounded by thunder and lightning. It takes on a human form and is made of purple thunder and lightning. Soul Purifier Faisal LV-15. Grade: Platinum Grade. Introduction. The Guardian of the Pure Soul Land. Defeat it and you will become the master of the Pure Soul Land. The highest level of monsters in the city ruins is level 15. This, Soul Purifier Faisal, is already the highest level monster in the city ruins, and also the highest level boss. I am now at level 10. There is a certain amount of damage reduction when dealing with this boss, but the impact is not significant. If I remember correctly, this boss has a total of 750,000 health points and is divided into 3 stages. The most important thing is that this boss has level 2 anti-stealth ability. So Qin Feng needs to raise his invisibility level to level 3 before coming to find this guy. In the last life, the boss's single target lightning damage was so high that my warrior, with all his golden equipment, could barely withstand it. But now, I don't need the single target skills to resist it at all. Qin Feng turned the plague blade in his hand, and he entered the room instantly like a ghost. The Gift of Liberation. Instant Shadow Slash. -3,576. -3,549. -9,669 Weakness Attack. When Qin Feng's skill was released, it turned into an afterimage, passed through the boss, and then entered the invisible state again. I saw the thunderous Soul Purifier Faisal, with a pair of blue eyes, lightning flashing in his eyes. Before it could react, 9 damage numbers appeared one after another on its head. Moreover, its entire figure was dyed green. The next second. -5,364. -5,323. -14,503. Another 9 higher damage figures emerged from the boss's head. This is the active effect of the Gift of Relief, the cutthroat damage caused, and it will last for 3 seconds. Soul Purifier Faisal, its thunderous body is constantly blooming with sword light, and the damage numbers above its head are constantly popping up. It wanted to fight back immediately, but it couldn't find the person who attacked it. The single target high damage lightning attack that was supposed to be released could not be released because it had no target. He could only raise his arms formed by thunder and lightning, and burst out with large-scale attack skills. There were hundreds of thunder and lightning, which condensed from the ceiling above the head, and then fell towards the ground. It only takes less than 0.3 seconds for these lightnings to condense and strike down. Once hit, Qin Feng will definitely die with his current defense and lightning resistance. Moreover, Qin Feng's 75% dodge was not easy to use when facing these lightning attacks. Because any skill or attack of a platinum level boss or above has hit correction. The hit correction of the Soul Purifier is definitely above 100%. In other words, the hit rate against anyone is at least doubled. For example, Qin Feng currently has 75% dodge, so the hit rate of ordinary monsters attacking him is only 25%. But for the boss, Soul Purifier, the hit rate of attacking him will reach 50%, or even higher. After all, Qin Feng only fought this boss once in his last life, and he didn't know much about its specific attributes. They were just rough estimates. Fortunately, Qin Feng's current agility attribute has reached 182 points after career advancement and changing to the Plague Blade. The running speed at full power exceeded 40 meters per second. As long as you pay attention and avoid the lightning before it completely condenses, you can avoid being hit by these lightning. This skill is almost impossible for all players at this stage. Even if they were given twice as much agility, it would be impossible to avoid this wave of thunderous attacks without any mistakes. But for Qin Feng, with 9 years of combat experience, he has already developed the habit of hiding skills. Later bosses are even more outrageous than this. This thing's offensive is nothing at all. In the last life, our skills relied on luck and the priest's shield to barely survive. But this time, I won't give boss any chance. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. In the 3rd second of the battle, the damage of the cutthroat and the special effects of the plague blade directly wiped out the 250,000 HP of the boss in the first stage. When the soul purifier's health dropped by 1/3, a thunder shield appeared on its body, and at the same time, 3 lightning balls appeared in the surrounding sky, flying around continuously. 3 thunder chains were connected to the soul purifier from the 3 thunder light balls. Boss locks blood. The 3 lightning balls must be killed first. In the previous life, the team led by Qin Feng was wiped out once at this stage. After being killed once, Qin Xiaoyu got mad and argued that he didn't want to continue. So Qin Feng didn't take her with him. As a result, it was over once and for all without her. Although he had gained experience, Qin Xiaoyu himself was really not of much use. Dodging skills will cost her her life. Milk. Does she have hands? Poison darts. Qin Feng waited for the latent shadow to cool down, then threw a poisonous dart, accurately hitting the thunder and lightning ball surrounding the midair. After throwing the dart, Qin Feng continued to be invisible. When Qin Feng is invisible, the soul purifier boss always launches range attacks. But for Qin Feng, dodging those thunder and lightning is simply a reaction engraved in his bones, and it is not difficult at all. Darts flew out one after another. Instant shadow slash exploded again and again. The 3 flying lightning balls were quickly destroyed. The boss has reached the 2nd stage. The gift of liberation. Instant shadow slash. The lightning-like sword light bloomed like a shadow on the thunder-wrapped boss, and damage figures exploded one after another. 3 seconds later, the boss goes directly to the 3rd stage. One after another, thunder and lightning circles spread towards the surroundings with the boss as the center. For this skill, in the previous life, all the members had to collect a set of lightning element resistance equipment, plus 4 priest shields and blood recovery to barely survive. But this life, Qin Feng made a quick shadow slash, dodged to the ceiling of the hall, and grabbed a beam with one hand, perfectly avoiding all the traps. It must be said that this boss is still very difficult, but Qin Feng had already prepared corresponding countermeasures before the fight started. Just 5 minutes after the battle started, the boss violently releases thunder attacks. Qin Feng activated the black light shield, converting his whole body dodge into a 7-layer damage-free shield, and then used a gift of relief and instant shadow slash to pass through the boss, instantly cutting off the last third of his health bar. The boss's thunder attack landed on him, but was perfectly blocked by the black light shield. 3 seconds later, the thunder and lightning body of Soul Purifier Faisal turned into electric balls scattered on the ground, and a system prompt sounded in the minds of all players around the world. Player, Shadow, Zhanghai City killed the platinum level boss for the first time in the world and gained 10 reputation points. When this system prompt spread, all players around the world were instantly shocked. There were quite a few players discussing Shadow just now, thinking that the development of Shadow was not going smoothly. Result: is this the first platinum kill? What the hell? Platinum level first kill. Another solo kill. Isn't it too outrageous? I have just arrived in the mainland, and I am still destroying the city in ruins. This person killed the platinum level boss alone. We besieged a gold level boss, Coin Spreader, and the team has been wiped out 3 times. The shadow boss directly killed the platinum alone. What level of talent can you play like this? Fake. Is it Daxia's shadow again? Who knows his true identity? I suggest throwing a nuclear egg directly at Daxia Zhanghai City. The suggestion is good, don't suggest it next time. Do you really think Daxia is easy to mess with? Haha, one for you, one for me, let's destroy it together. Comma. Just when the system prompt for Qin Feng's first kill of the platinum boss came out. In Shell Town, Qin Xiaoyu happened to be swept over by a silver level boss holding a giant axe, and was chopped into 2 pieces at the waist. You have died and you have lost 14 years of life not tradable. You have died and you have lost 2 days of life tradable. When Qin Xiaoyu was resurrected in Shell Town, his face was in a daze. Dead, again. In the team channel, a teammate's scolding voice came. Nanny Shabi, you can't hide from an axe as big as the boss. Qin Xiaoyu was unhappy at first. When he heard his teammates scolding him, he immediately became unhappy. Who is Shabi scolding? You or T. If you don't pull the boss well, you blame me for not hiding my skills. I'm hiding from you, MB. The teammates were angry. How can I use this range attack skill? MDZZ. The player, level 8 Great Wind, has withdrawn from the team. Soon there were only 3 people left in the team. Qin Xiaoyu, Chu Yan, and Zhang Wei. They had just leveled up and encountered a silver boss during the monster spawning process. This was the second time they had been killed. Zhang Wei couldn't stand it anymore. He said, the system prompts me that I am hungry. I will go offline to eat first. Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyu were left in the same team, and they were killed by the boss soon and resurrected in the town square. Short-haired girl Chu Yan is a shooter. She walked through the crowd and came to Qin Xiaoyu, and said helplessly, Xiaoyu, why don't we upgrade first? Otherwise our lifespan will be almost gone. Good. Qin Xiaoyu almost cried. Why is this game so difficult? Then, seeing Shadow kill the platinum level boss for the first time, Qin Xiaoyu became even more unbalanced. Why are all the teammates she meets noobs? I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.